Yeah, I definitely think Zin, though, knowing that Shocky was still stuck in the dig, able to play a little bit safer. You can see a 20 to 45% Tetris rate. So although it's not going to be a terribly high scoring game, that does mean that Shocky doesn't have as much of a runway that they're going to need to try and chase up through. And okay, yeah, Zin definitely playing a little bit more aggressive currently. They know Shocky is out, able to score. I was just a little bit off time, so going to have to lead with a couple more burns, but not having to take two. Oh wow, puts the eyepiece over in column 4. That's going to be another couple of required skims, unfortunately, for Zin.
Shocky has gotten the will open, now waiting patiently. Had a bunch of really clever burns, was holding out for a specific piece for the most efficient solve, and was able to find it. Shocky's on the board with another Tetris. Definitely not an ideal Tetris right here on level 18, but still has level 19 in pocket.
And again, the one comfort that Shocky still does have, though, like, although their Tetris rate is decently low, especially considering some of the other games we have seen from them, I mean, 44% to 24, you know, it's not a terrible amount to claw back from, especially considering that those points from 19 and beyond will be worth more. So any little bit that Zin is not pushing that efficiency, Shocky doesn't have to do that much more on level 19 and beyond.
Shocky currently down by 3 Tetrises and change as Zin has gotten into a complicated situation. That left side is actually a big source of concern. Able to get 2 eyepieces, well timed.
Oh, and a third as well, immediate cleans up. It is a lot of skims, but honestly, that might be a little bit more valuable at this point in time for Zin.
All those triples being taken, staying alive to 79,000 point lead. Shocky's going to cut that down by a Tetris as Zin. It's a little bit tricky. Not able to go for an S-spin there either.
Oh, and...
Yeah, that S-spin is not possible in Classic, and you'll occasionally see that where spins, where modern players are used to being possible, some of them just aren't in Classic, and this is not an ideal time to have that kind of mistake happen. Less than 11 lines for Shocky, at least, going into the transition. Now less than 11 lines for Zin, so Zin has to get this cleaned up as Shocky has closed the gap to only 2 Tetrises.
Yeah, and again, because Zin has been having to dig a lot, although obviously I know Shocky themselves also been having a little bit of trouble, just likely not the prettiest piece sequence, but Shocky is going to open it right into level lines 130. There is the level 19 transition and a beautiful Tetris to help get that stack a little bit lower and buy them some extra time in the stack. Oh, and
Level 19
Zin
has been reached. Zin, only 1 line to go. That triple is going to help, but that left side is inaccessible. Unless Zin can tap fast enough.
Oh, and another OP is going to make that extremely difficult. Which piece are they going to... No, they're not going to be able to tap it over. And I think that's only, what, 1 or 2 Tetrises, I believe, for Shocky.
That is 1 Tetris for Shocky.
So,
and that situation was really tough for Zin. And hold on, speaking about tough situations, Shocky getting a little bit tricky here.
I think might have accidentally miscounted a little bit, but again, at this point, you've got a minute 40 left. Just skimming singles and doubles really is going to be the safe, reliable way to make sure to solidify this. And I think only 7,000 points. A couple more should do it, but I think they're just going to wait for a couple more of the eyepieces, long bars, able to get through with a couple extra points under no time pressure whatsoever. And I think, yeah, 1 or 2 more singles now at this point.
1 more?
I believe, yep.
And there it is.
Almost good push down at that point, yep. And so, again, yeah, only needing 345,000. Not a terribly high score, but Zin just had a really high stack with a couple of misdrops that they weren't able to clear up before level 19. And although Shocky usually is able to play that kind of aggressiveness, they're used to level 19 and beyond, able to play through a little bit faster. But Zin is going to need to rely a lot on that beginning early game round efficiency. And although they compromised a little early on, unfortunately just was not ahead enough before they topped out, and Shocky able to complete that chase down.
Yeah, and that situation that Zin ran into was really tough to navigate through, and you kind of see that Zin wanted to go for the flat, I believe, J placement, where in the sense of level 19, your L is your best friend when you're trying to burn down on the left-hand side. And so you kind of see a bunch of tendencies that might carry over from Classic. I mean, the big reason why Zin got into that situation in the first place was going for an S-spin that was not possible in this version of the game. And nice, there's 1 S-spin, misses the second. Oh, this can get really dangerous.
Oh, okay. Oh, I had a T-burn, but not going to opt for it currently. Oh, plugs it right as the eyepiece comes. This is going to be really airtight for Zin, especially being so high up. Oh, can they get the eyepiece over? No, it's a misdrop. And that is all it takes. And Shocky already with a couple of Tetrises early on. And unfortunately for Zin, the pace that Shocky's able to keep putting a lot of pressure even without having those Tetrises already completed. And that's a 2-0 for Shocky, I think, right there for Classic. And I think that's it.
Yeah, and I kind of spoke it into existence talking about, the S-spins. That S-spin is an example one that is possible in Classic, but to hit the timing twice, because at least in level 18, you only have 3 frames to hit that S-spin. So it's very tricky. Hitting it once, great, but now you have to do it again on the very next piece, and it's the margin for error is so small. And even though there was an opportunity, just unable to get the piece all the way over to the left. But still, definitely made Shocky work for it in game 1.
Yeah, again, both players get into a really sticky situation early on, and it just kind of became, make sure to have that board survivability. Because obviously at this point in the tournament, you expect you're going to need those, max out level scores half the time. But in all honesty, if you're able to play aggressive enough that your opponent starts to make some gambles, that really is all you need just to force a top out, and then you just have to complete a chase down yourself.
But that's, Shocky's preferred game, or one of the preferred game modes as one. Now we're going to be heading into Zin's, which is zone battle. And I think you mentioned how, Shocky could make it interesting here.
Yeah, so both of these players, I don't believe they played at the Square One Invitational, though both players were invited. I believe Shocky tier 4, Zin tier 3. So although Shocky, I definitely think, had a bit of trouble with a lot of the top TEC talent, they still are very familiar with Modern as a result of their score attack prowess, and really able to make some magic happen, knows a lot of in-depth stuff about, the IRS, IHS, able to manage a Modern stack, having that garbage management, looking at your points to see when phase 1, 2, and 3 are going to arrive. But again, Zin can really play to those advantage states extremely well, and especially with how phase 3 functions with the unclean garbage. All it really takes, especially in the hands of a fast player like Zin, if you have that advantage state in phase 3, you kind of just keep grabbing onto that tug of war, and you just keep on pulling that rope to you until you basically just run out of room to pull that rope, and it's already over the line.
And looks like we're going to get started here.
Believe both players going to be going for the center wall strategies. So 6-3 builds, you'll see 6 on the left, 3 on the right from both. Generally seen as a very flexible kind of mid-game option to go for, but especially with the garbage being very clean, often takes only a couple eyepieces to get through even a whole board's worth of garbage. Players tend to want to have that flexible board just in the event that some unclean garbage happens, or just something that it's not very easy to go around. That 6-3 provides us a little bit more options. Oh, and Zin with a couple of really early misdrops. It's going to really put a damper on their first zone. And Shocky, even just with a couple of clean T-spins and Tetrises, that's... Oh, wait. That's going to be a 21 if they can get the IRS. No, they missed the buffer. It's only a 19. But Zin's still not in a good situation. They're going to have to rely a lot on their speed. Probably not out of things just yet, but still going to be a little bit scary. And that phase 2 garbage, a little bit of those counters, will make things cheesy for Zin, as Shocky is likely going to have advantage state. And at the very least, damage output, although Zin are already working their way up to try and get a little bit more zone to see if they have some more room to play with.
Definitely was a scary... Well, I wouldn't say scary, but annoying to deal with over there on Zin, having a misdrop.
Yeah, especially with a player like Zin, able to play extremely fast. Usually won't get shaken up too much by a couple misdrops, for example, like that one that we did just see. But especially with the ability for zone to very quickly shift the momentum of a match, you don't really want to be having those too much, because it really hurts your ability to play in the advantage state going forward, which again, as we mentioned, is an extremely important part of maximizing your potential. Oh, the eyepiece just can't rotate over. But Zin, playing extremely fast out of zone, actually counters the entire zone from Super Shocky. And now Shocky's going to be a little bit on the ropes. They're getting close to that phase 3 transition, so they need to try and make sure they have a lot of clean to work with. However, they are in the lead for points. We can see Zin building up a huge spike with Tetris as they're going to try and get as much zone as they can before kicking it to phase 3. That's going to allow them a little bit more time for the zone. And you can see pulling the zone there, popping the trigger. Going to see what kind of a spike we're looking from Zin, but it's going to be huge. Oh, wow, the T-spin on line 18-19 and completes the ulti. It's 55. Shocky, though, with decent clean garbage, might be able to get some retaliation, but only 26. Ooh. And yeah, just a little bit too much there. Not a good option to skim, as all those garbages just kind of in one giant tank. And that little extra bit of speed really working for Xin, even with a couple of early misdrops. Able to close out game one.
Of course, that Xin, or that zone going into phase 3 really helped out a lot, because as you see, Shocky tried to counter with his zone, but didn't have as much time. And definitely could have played a factor into Shocky's ability to try and tank that damage, or negate it to some extent.
Yeah, I guess that's something I should probably also elaborate on as well for those that are not aware. Although the timer in your zone and like how much you're allowed to play during the zone meter does shorten between phase 1 and phase 2, it's realistically about a 1 second difference, I think, at a full charge. You really go from like 20 seconds to I think maybe around like 18 or 17, something around there at full charge. At phase 3, that cuts down to a measly 10 seconds of half the time from phase 1. So you get forced to play about as efficiently as you possibly can, because there's no time left over to really make some stuff happen. It's either on your board or you're probably not going to be scoring the full zone. Oh, wait. Oh, my goodness. Can Zin get the all-clear curb? They have the... No! Not quite.
Oh, there's a perfect clear.
Oh, and Zin gets the all-clear follow-up as well, but Shocky, the clean garbage from phase 2, able to help keep that stack manageable. Oh, it's in with a misdrop. Okay,
nice
decent skims with
over
the
there from Shocky.
Okay, oh, and Xin, beautiful solve with the T-spin triple. I think they're going to try to go for another one just to help keep up that damage as much as possible, since it is going to be a rather short zone. However, phase 3 still not on the horizon, but Super Shocky going to try and get as many T-spins in as early to see if they can push it to phase 3 and make sure that Xin has to take a lot of cheesy garbage. 63,054 ulti, and this is going to be phase 3 garbage. Xin not going to be in too hot of a situation. Able to use that quarter zone, though, putting off a lot of pressure that would have definitely spelled the end for them had they not had that zone in time.
Very impressive over there from Xin. Shocky's going to pop a zone. Able to send 15 attack.
Yeah, and the skim options, I don't think... Yeah, and Zin's not able to get to a quarter zone. And you can see Shocky a little bit surprised that they were able to catch Xin off guard. But the reaction there from Super Shocky, again, a quarter zone, 2.5 seconds. So even though Xin was ready to try and pop it, make sure that they had enough room to build, Shocky just knew that was their time to strike. And very clever use of the zone timer, and manages to, again, arguably pull up a little bit of an upset. And again, as I mentioned earlier, Shocky is definitely going to have the potential to make things exciting.
Yeah, I think that's one of the cool things, from seeing as a predominantly classic player, is seeing how players would time zones. I know I've been hit by that a couple of times whenever I play a zone battle, but seeing, just how really impactful it was when Shocky zoned when he did and was able to have such a massive attack, all of that was phase 3 garbage. And so then Xin had no choice but to try and do his best to negate it.
Ooh, it's a 45 ulti, a little bit weaker than we usually see from Xin zones, but I think that's because they were just trying to get it out as fast as possible. And you can see Xin already back to that 6-3, is just trying to get a second strong zone before Super Shocky's able to get their first off. Worked for Jaden, I believe, in the zone battle finals, or excuse me, top 8. But Xin able to, again, just really control that speed. And Shocky now doesn't have the best of stack, and Xin still has zone advantage. So it's going to be a pretty strong uphill battle for Shocky to maintain efficiency, as well as get around this terrifying full zone that Zin's about to send off. Oh, wait. Hold on. Well, wait. Are they just donating on top of the... I mean, I guess if it works, and that's 35 out of 11, it's an incredibly efficient zone. Shocky, though, going to try and maximize how many lines they get here. It's going to... Any extra little bit of damage they can get. Beautiful use of the IRS. Going to get the 20. Actually kicks it into phase 3 again. And Xin, just like their previous game, has to zone a little bit early, and some misdrops as well are going to make things complicated when they're trying to survive through all this garbage.
Shocky is in a perfect position to just continue to send harassment garbage.
Okay, we see the quarter zone. Is Shocky going to send another short zone? No, it looks like they're just going to build up their own zone meter. Oh, but a misdrop on top. Not sure if Shocky's going to want to go for it. It looks like they are. Just get that damage out and clean up the stack later. But Zin able to stack up a little bit in the center. And actually takes a pretty fair amount of garbage. But this zone is going to be just probably going to counter everything and potentially even more so. Actually sends a decent bit over to Shocky. Greed almost kills, but not quite. Able to get to the eyepiece in time.
Shocky pops another zone. But it was only, a quarter zone, so not a lot of time to really get anything. And yeah, that's gonna be it.
Yeah. It's like, the T piece did cut off on the Z piece, and arguably we could have put the Z piece in a different spot, but given that garbage, they would have needed some more efficient play. So not too many options there left, as Zin going to be taking the lead back. It's 2-1. Both players still rushing off to that 6-3, although it looks like Zin's going to be sending off a little bit more earlier garbage this time. Oh, and it's okay. I'm curious about how Zin is trying to build up these T spins, because I'm not seeing too many in terms of like a C spin specifically or whatnot. I think it's just kind of going for as many of the greedy setups as they can, trying to see if they can deliver a timely massive spike to Shocky and pop an early zone. Because again, at this level of competition, usually the best strategy isn't maximizing your own zone, but preventing your opponent from doing so. And looks like potentially the disruptive play wasn't really working for either player, so we're going to be seeing massive zones out of both. 41 out of, I believe it was at 15 or 19 from Zin, 52 out of 20 from Shocky, but again, just right back into it. Zin with a little extra play outside of zone, able to mitigate that excess garbage and get a little bit more charge for their zone meter to boot.
We are closing in. We've already gotten into phase 2, and we are getting close to phase 3. And we've seen a lot of times the zone actually takes us into phase 3. So I wouldn't expect any exception, especially with how close Zin is to that point.
Yeah, 49,000 points. If they're able to make it all the way down, which I believe they're able to, gonna actually take it as a T-spin single and just keep on stacking. This is likely to send it into phase 3. Trying to figure out how they want to continue the zone. Not quite gonna get 20, but still 46, and that is definitely a phase 3 transition. Shocky working on getting this zone. Looks like they're going to be able to get 20 of their own as well once they get that O-piece in. Yes, they do 54, but Zin has the center well to work with. And even though it's only 2.5 seconds, able to send 13 lines at an Octorus. And just like that, we're basically at an even playing field. However, Zin has a little bit more of a better stack to work with as they had more time to upstack earlier.
And you kind of saw once again, that little bit of that zone timing strategy. Shocky was able to use zone right before Zin finished his, so he got the full phase 2 timer as opposed to being put on the phase 3 zone. And Shocky's gonna pop a zone right here.
Ooh, a little bit sloppy, I think, on the T-spins, unfortunately for Shocky. And Zin right now just has that center well. I believe it's a 5-4 at this point, but it doesn't matter. That's going to be able to get cleared through extremely fast. A couple of extra rotations all the way down. That is going to force another zone into Shocky. I believe it's a half zone. They're not going to have too much damage mitigation as a result and still be relatively strong. But farming a quarter zone, you're going to need 10 skims. And I don't think Shocky's really going to have the time before that top out happens. Zin with advantage state in the third round is going to carry through.
Game number 4. I believe this is first to 4, right?
I've been told so, I think. Yes. So Zin currently on match point. Little misdrop, but again, having 3-1 advantage. I don't think Zin is currently worried. Obviously, Shocky might already be a little bit considering if this doesn't go well, how will score attack things kind of pan out. But already showing that they are able to take one off of Zin. It's not impossible, and quite very well could potentially put Zin on the ropes if they're able to get a couple more extra piece sequences, put Zin in a pretty bad position with some quick zones. And okay, Zin looks like they're going to just try and beat it out, be the first to zone, and Super Shocky can no longer try and make that stack any more harsh than it is. 40 out of, I think, 15 from Zin, which is fantastic efficiency. Shocky going for a couple more T-spins. I believe is looking for a curve solve. They might have it. I'm still trying to figure it out. I think they're just going to be able to get the 20, but still 54. Miraculous job with Shocky, able to consistently get these 50+ ultimatrisses. And although Zin having the speed advantage, able to work up to some more zone, is doing a fantastic job making sure they don't fall too far behind until it's the very end and towards phase 3. You can see a couple misdrops from Xin might be able to put Shocky in a little bit more of a favorable position. They're going to be able to tank all of that garbage, and although Xin does have a little bit extra to retaliate with, this is going to be, I believe, almost a max zone from Shocky, and could potentially be enough garbage to force Xin into a pretty bad position, potentially in a phase 3. Okay, 53,000. Oh, but Xin playing so well outside of zone and actually able to mitigate things just as Shocky had done already earlier this round. Oh, and max zone. Yeah, that's going to be a fantastic position. Zone's at 58,000 points. And because the T-spins don't score until the zone completes, not going to be hitting phase 3 until this zone ends. Shocky tries to build up as much as possible. They zone in phase 3, so they're going to have less time to work with. Thankfully, the garbage isn't compromised in any way, but still a very scary zone they're going to have to try and beat out. 31 and that extra spike from Xin. And that's it. 139.97 for Xin stats.
Really tough situation over there for Shocky. Not really able to find too much there, especially with how fast Xin is able to play, burn those lines quicker and build up that zone meter. Especially you kind of saw how fast Xin was trying to end zone, so then Shocky got sent into phase 3 as soon as possible. Because I think when when phase 3 hit, Shocky had like maybe 3/4 zone, if not at least at a half at most. So definitely was a tough situation. But now we do come to that deciding game mode, score tag.
I mean, I would not be surprised if this as well goes to a decider in itself with how marvelous both of these players are at the format. Again, Shocky specializing in that unbreakable ST stack potentially all the way through almost level 28 at times, and Xin able to make those airtight comebacks at the very end of the game with some very fast master mode-esque play and getting a lot of extra points right from the jaws of defeat in certain cases. So regardless of how this match starts to shake up, no one is going to be safe until the last player does top out.
Like you said, Shocky, he has you can tell, he's written the guide for ST stacking, so he's able to maintain it up until level 28. But then, as we also saw yesterday, Xin and that ability to play past the level 29 into level in the early 30s, that could be the difference. So, like we're going to be getting shortly.
Like it doesn't sound like much, only having about 10 or 20 lines, but even at a person like Xin's caliber, that could very quickly become 3 or 4 T-spin doubles, which on back-to-back could be an insane amount of points to try and come back from. That even if there's just a little bit off in terms of points and Shocky has like a decent sized lead, Xin can very quickly bring that back to almost nothing in an instant.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it with OSW yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, OSW almost had a 1 million point lead in Xin. And Xin was able to chase all of that down in, a little bit over 2 minutes because it was right before, OSW topped out. But still, 1 million points being chased down in a matter of just over 2 minutes. That's kind of ridiculous.
So I believe Shocky going to be doing that level 20 speed start. Again, they're able to keep the ST stacking going at max gravity. You might as well get the most points that you can out of it. It looks like Xin going to be attempting to do likewise. So both players, I believe, relatively comfortable with the ST stacking. Although we can see Xin, even though the OPs didn't lock in, just giving themselves a little bit extra time to work with, make sure they're comfortable with these piece placements and not going to have to break this ST any earlier because Shocky will take any kind of a lead and just keep on tugging that tug-of-war rope.
You can also see that Shocky is playing.
Oh, we have some...
First, yeah,
I was gonna say, we have some... I think, I think Xin is going to be able to... Oh, hopefully speed doesn't kill. All right, gets another eyepiece in a pretty timely fashion. But I think Xin might have had a hard drop at one point and got a couple extra points. So technically, even if the game is almost dead even... Nope, and the Super Shocky actually matching that score. And so now it is quite literally dead even in efficiency at 30 lines.
Yeah, 75-point difference. This is... I don't think in all tournament long I've seen a score tag be this close early on. Generally, there's been like a player to make, some kind of mistake, or they weren't able to get the ST stack stood up as efficiently. But yeah, this is kind of insane.
We're just kind of seeing the textbook stuff, I think, right now, at least from Zin and Super Shocky. Oh, it's not really the best time. I think this is going to have to be a little bit of a compromise for Zin's board currently. Not sure if they're just going to try and build on top. It looks like they're considering their options of what's going to be the best way to go through. And I think it's just going to be resetting up there, takes the Tetris, and going to be trying to get that 6-3 back as soon as possible. And it looks like they do recover, but now might be just a little bit further behind as a result of having to take that Tetris.
I mean, all things considered, just being behind by, 1 or 2 T-spins is still kind of ridiculous. Just really just goes to show how efficient that situation was resolved.
It's a very, very difficult thing. Not only to just, keep the ST stack, but it's a miles more difficult to be able to fix that without having a catastrophic drop in your efficiency. And Zin just, saw a way out, took a Tetris, and got right back into it. However, Zin's board is getting a little bit high up. Might need to start taking a Tetris. So this is going to be a little bit worrisome. And unfortunately, it's going to break a back-to-back with that skim. However, it does manage to keep holding on with this efficiency. So not out of the woods in a terrible situation and able to clear things up. So stack should be relatively back to a fantastic ST format. However, I think Shocky is going to be just ever so slightly ahead in pace, but Shocky is going to be wanting more because they know Zin is able to keep stacking for even longer durations of time.
Unlike, in that particular, the matchup that I keep bringing up between OSW and Zin, OSW was so far ahead of Zin, so Zin also had time pressure. That's not going to be a factor here. Both players are at level 21 at the same time. So Shocky's just really going to have to build up just some kind of lead and maintain as much efficiency as possible.
And I mean, okay. Oh, beautiful Tetris though for Zin. I think for Shocky, I don't think I've seen a skim or a single burn anywhere else. I mean, if anything, at this point, I think Shocky is almost at the ability to just start optimizing by saying, if I can't get the T-spin now, where can I get it on the left side of my stack? But I don't even know if that's going to be possible at max efficiency. I think every single T piece has just gone to a T-spin.
Yeah.
And Zin.
Wow.
Yeah, very, very good decision. Gets that Z-spin to avoid any more catastrophe happening on their board. But a little bit of difficulty with the I pieces, though. A beautiful fix. And unfortunately, going to have to sacrifice a T piece to keep the ST stat going, but they managed to do so successfully, and the back-to-back is not dropped.
Shocky had temporarily dropped the back-to-back, just had to go for a skim. A T piece resulted in a T-spin single instead of a double, but still a 300,000 point lead.
Yeah, so Zin probably behind by about, I think, what is that, around 10? No, maybe 10 T-spins-ish. No, probably 10. Oh, I think 5 now. But ideally, still very, very close in terms of scoring potential. It's level 27. We can see Shocky is having a little bit of difficulty. Oh, no, and the Z-piece locks really early up, so Shocky is just going to have to start frantically getting some pieces down to the bottom. And that's going to be a lack of points that they're able to solidify. Meanwhile, Zin, although having a little bit of trouble, able to keep building up a couple of T-spins. Unfortunately, it's a T-spin, none at the bottom of the stack. So the score is going to be very difficult to beat, but I think Zin's going to start just working their way into a master mode mentality. Getting a T-spin double into level 27. Shocky tops out at level 28, but it's a 135,000 point lead. Zin probably going to need about 3 to 4 T-spins at minimum if they're going to want to close this out. But it's going to be much more difficult to do so, and they're going to have to rely on a lot of airtight skims if they're going to want to keep this going. Able to get another T-spin there, 42,000. One T-spin might be enough to push it over the edge, but it could be very risky. Level 29, only 10,000 points to go. Just a couple skims there, and Zin takes the first one. 14,000 points per line average from Shocky, but it's not enough. The extra play right at the end from Zin, able to improve that score just enough. And since Shocky isn't really going to be putting on that time pressure, I mean, Zin, I think this is what, match point for Zin right now?
Yeah, this is match point. And it was really tough because Shocky maintained ST all the way up until around level 26. You know, he had to break. And after that, there was, the early lock with the Z, and then after he set up a T-spin, and the T-piece locked a lot earlier than he expected as well, and just was unable to recover.
Yeah, so definitely a scary spot for Shocky to be in. I'm not sure if that's going to prompt Shocky to make some other decisions in their builds of whether or not to try and play a little bit more aggressive towards level 28, just, saying screw it on the T-spins and just trying to prepare for a couple more skims. Because, again, Zin can do that too. It's just going to be the battle of can Shocky keep that, perfect ST stacking going the entire time and maximize that score output that they're able to do so. Or is Zin, just with that, again, level 29 and higher speed, going to be able to complete those chase downs if that lead is not enough?
Match point this is, at this point, if Zin wins, Zin advances to the finals.
Yeah, this is finals point for Zin. So, although there might be a little bit of pressure, I think, on Zin and maybe a little bit of tournament nerves, I think Zin has definitely been in and around the community where that's not going to be much of a factor. Okay, a little bit careful on some of the placements. Going to be a little bit awkward to keep that ST stack. I think they might have to do a little bit of creative building on top. And I believe the ST stack is slowly but surely getting recovered. And yeah, still the back-to-back is not dropped in the process. Extremely excruciating to try and get to work with. But even though Shocky might be able to keep that pattern stacking going for longer, Zin making sure not to lose any progress whatsoever in doing so. Although an unfortunate skim that they're going to have to work with. TP's also going to have to get placed down there. That's going to be a lot of extra work that they're going to have to make up for with level 29 and beyond. Okay, I think Zin might be able to work their way through now. Back to the ST stack. Shocky, though, does have a decent bit of a sizable lead, and I think Zin might... Can't tell if Zin's playing faster, or Zin's playing slower, or Shocky's playing faster. I think it might be the latter, given the current circumstances. But... Yeah, I think Shocky definitely going to try and see if time pressure onto Zin might be a little bit more impactful. But, I mean, ordinarily I'd be concerned to see if the speed might kill Shocky and make things a bit more risky. But I shouldn't be questioning that out of Shocky. The ST stacking Titan just not phased in the slightest, although I believe had to do a skim there, so...
Yeah, the back-to-back was broken.
Which, again, only kind of matters in those... skim, and the next one you get to regain back-to-back. But, I mean, we saw what happened last time. Shocky just didn't really break anything until, I believe, past level 20. But Zin, it doesn't matter, just able to keep so clean that no score from Shocky could potentially be safe. However, Zin is, I think, struggling right now a little bit. And if they continue to have difficulties trying to keep through... Oh my goodness, they're going to set up the STSD to keep the stat clean. And there's the T-spin double, followed by the T-spin double. And unfortunately, having to do a little bit of a skim there, but able to keep a Tetris as well in the process. I'm curious to see how Zin continues to get back this ST stack. I think that's the overhang. And now they're just going to be waiting on... Yep, there's the S piece to keep it through. Okay, yeah, Zin needs that Z to come in. Oh, actually just going to use the T piece to set up that overhang. However, Shocky is really starting to run away with the pace. We can see just continuing to blitz through some of the later levels. Zin is still on speed level 20, so obviously this lead is still surmountable. But Shocky is going to try and see if this is just going to be a little bit too much for Zin to kind of deal with. A little bit too much of that pressure and not have the time necessary to make those smart fixes like they have been.
Yeah, and that's, that's the biggest thing when you bring that up is that, if Shocky is able to enact on the countdown timer, Zin's going to be forced to speed up. And, the faster you go, sometimes you're more prone to misdrops.
And especially with how Zin was able to win that last round by some very insanely clever fixes that did take a lot of time, that's going to be off the table for Zin if Shocky manages to keep that time pressure up. All right, level 26 already from Shocky. We can see 2.3 million and is still going.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, 2.4, and we can see, yeah, working that still clean with a very few skims in the process, up through level 27. Tetris in a T-spin. There's the level 28 transition. We'll see Shocky still having that perfect ST stack and getting these extra points here and there. 2.6 mil, but that score is still going to be flying upwards. Still perfectly clean, able to get...
Oh my gosh.
Oh, misses the T-spin, but able to get a Tetris potentially. No, they're going to go for the T-spin first into the Tetris. 2.8 from Shocky. And finally, it's looking to be a little bit too much. However, Zin has worked their way back to an ST stack. Shocky right now just trying to get the extra credit. Almost to a level 30 of their own, but falls just short. 2.836, 1 million points from Zin. But again, as we've heard previously, a 1 million point difference is definitely within Zin's capabilities. And you can see Shocky on the cam is very nervous. They don't know if it's going to be enough. However, Zin already on level 26 at only around 2 million points.
You can see
like
a
little bit of a miss
frantic
there.
rotations. Oh.
It's definitely... Yeah, 700,000 points at level 27 to go. I don't think this is going to be very easy for Zin. Okay, maybe might be able to still get a little bit more efficient play, but I think skims are not going to cut it. They're going to have to keep playing efficiently at the speed such as level 30 and 31, which is just extremely excruciating. Level 28, okay, 543,000 to go. It looks like they're just going to try and work their way down, get some skims, potentially to a cleaner board state. There's the level 30.
Oh, wow.
But it's really starting to get out of hands. Oh, still 500,000 points down. Still alive. There's the T-spin double into a Tetris. There's a 400,000 point difference now. There's another T-spin double, 370,000. However, they're going to be needing to keep it clean even through level 32 and probably 33. Unfortunately, it looks like the speed is just going to be getting to a little bit too much.
Whoa.
33! 300,000 points to go.
Yeah, that's
Unfortunately, the eyepiece cuts. And with 30 seconds left on the chase down to 15,000 per line average from Shocky, all the way through to level 29 is going to be enough. And it is match point for both. The next game will decide who advances on to the finals.
That is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, that's ludicrous even. Like, we said, 1 million points generally isn't enough. And maybe if, there was a little bit of panic you could kind of see with how many frantic placements that Zin did right before, I think that was like level 27. So imagine if Zin was able to maintain composure. That could have very much been chased down with that kind of play post level 29.
I mean, just like I think right now this just because I believe the more consistent option here is I think Shocky just keeping that ST stack until 28, and then as Zin right now, you just need to make sure that although breaking the ST is probably going to happen once or twice, if you're able to keep that efficiency as much as they possibly can, like we can see a lot of very difficult placements over on the left side of their stack, but if they're able to maintain that efficiency in all situations, I mean, their level 30 and plus play, I definitely, able to get quite a number of extra points over Shocky. So I think it's just going to be a matter of if Zin is falling behind too much early on. But obviously for Shocky, that just puts on the pressure. You have to be playing as efficiently as you possibly can. You're going to be needing those kinds of 2.7, 2.8 games if you need to solidify the win against Zin. Unfortunately, an early skim and the garbage is a little offset. So it's going to be difficult to recover from Zin, unfortunately. Okay, all right, gets back to the T-spin doubles, but back-to-back was broken. And it looks like, yeah, Shocky continuing to play pretty fast. Knows that speed pressure worked well already and is going to try to play with that once again.
Trying to work his way down. And Shocky already able to build up a decent lead.
Oh, yeah, this is a lot of skims from Zin early on. It's like, I know it's going to open things up and that ST stack is going to be there. But they're down, I think, 250 points relatively. And potentially more if they're not able to get this ST overhang. Okay, there we go. We do see it come out. But still is going to be a rather sticky situation for Zin as they continue to keep stacking through. I think they need another S. There we go. We see that clean overhang. All right, and although Zin's back into it, yeah, a difference of about 200,000 points already. halfway through level 20. Might be another level for Zin or two, given at level 29 and 30. But if this breaks any more than it needs to from Zin, I think this could be Shocky's game.
Kind of got dealt a rough hand of pieces, so having to play a little bit elevated now.
Okay, yeah, this might potentially be a back-to-back break eventually from Shocky if they're not able to find a way to clean things up. And yes, it's a single skim as well, so it's not completely clean, but they just need to keep going with it. You see T-spin single, and again, not able to establish that back-to-back. This could be the opening Zin is looking for, but I think Zin are actually just going to take this time and clean up their own stack in the process. So that lead is not going to get any shorter or longer for Zin, but at the very least, making sure that that stack is manageable, and more importantly, is making sure not to fall behind.
Shocky able to get back into the ST setup, and you can see
starting to speed
up now.
Having to go extremely high to the board, but again, this is Shocky's just, playground at the moment. So I'll be keeping an eye on exactly where Shocky gets through. And it looks like, I think with the T-spin double, that's a score of 138 from Shocky. Zin's got 10 more lines to see what they can do with it. It's going to be building up a rather bit, but again, still going to be behind by around that 200,000 points. Even with clean play at the moment, I think it's probably still going to have to be somewhere in that ballpark. Okay, we can see Zin having a little bit of issues on that left side. Going to have to skim, unfortunately. But you'd rather stay alive than top out.
Yeah, it's win or go home at this point.
1.38, 1.18 as Zin, again, just about literally 200,000 points between these two. However, Shocky is going to be continuing to go faster and continuing to play clean throughout this. Oh no, Zin unfortunately has to break it a little bit. Trying to find a way to see if they can keep things going through. Finds a mini T-spin single to help reset that overhang. That's another bit of sacrifice in points. And again, with Zin's pace, I don't know if that's going to potentially do it. I don't think that's going to be curtains. But beautiful placements, going to be setting up for the Tetrises. Even though it's not going to be as efficient as the T-spins, it keeps that back-to-back and it keeps the stack efficient.
Shocky 2.1 here, level 25, just was really able to blitz through a lot of those levels. But as you can also see, not as big as the lead as what he had in the previous game. And that's a little bit of a concern, considering what Zin was able to do in this last game alone.
Zin made a 700,000 points, roughly, chase down. All right, and a couple of very nice skims, although obviously still going to have to break back-to-back. Zin able to keep it alive, but having to make some sacrifices with these T-pieces, and is going to run out of room to really continue this through on the efficiency side of things. Going to probably have to take another Tetris, if not two, as a result. And Shocky, there's a 2.6 currently from them, and they're still continuing through level 29. Unfortunately, misdrops the T-piece. Oh, can they get it through? They do get it through, 2.78.
Right,
and I believe that's basically what they needed last time. Zin, however, just has a side wheel. It's level 27. Shocky, again, with the size. It's like not quite the sigh of relief, but definitely one of the efforts they could have given. Zin right now has to try and find a way to make the stack manageable and able to score off of, because they are 800,000 points down on level 28. However, able to get a couple T-spin doubles here and there. There's a T-spin single. Seems to be skimming down another T-spin double on level 28. And they're going to try and build up an ST stack on level 29, but unfortunately a T-piece misdrop. Things getting quite dire. 650 to go. Can they continue this chase down? They're going to have to live probably past level 33. Unfortunately, pieces are starting to snag in the middle, so it's not looking likely. But Zin is still fighting for their life. Almost misdrops the eyepiece, still alive, but 600,000 points. And they're getting very high up on the board. 31 level transition. And these pieces movements are basically airtight from Zin. 540,000. They're down stacking through, and it's level 32, level 33. Oh, 500,000 points, not able to get a T-spin at the last second. But again, Super Shocky even more efficient than the last. And although Zin with some incredible games of, 2.2 and beyond, Shocky's efficiency is going to be enough to book their spot into the finals. But I definitely think that is the closest that we have seen both Zin in such a strong spot to really make that finals kind of qualifying. But Shockey, I mean, I know it got a little bit scary in previous matchups that they've had, but I don't think anything was as tight as that last set that they just had.
No, especially considering that Shockey had to reverse sweep because Zen was able to take the first game. And so then Shockey had to play basically near perfect in the game too. And then still, Zen got like only 200,000 points away from chasing it down.
Yeah, especially being down 1,000,000 points and coming through with 700,000 in the chase down is an absurd amount of points to grab for Zen. And unfortunately for them, Shockey's ST Titan abilities definitely a little bit stronger and more consistent than that level 33 and beyond play, but still a fantastic showing from Zen once again, and can't wait to see what happens next from their tournament endeavors. Okay, I believe we'll be... All right, here we go, sporting the fits here. And I believe we'll be going on to a couple of our sponsors and shout-outs as well. So going to be plugging, I believe, Hyperkin as our first one there. So I believe Shen's going to be transitioning shortly over to some of their other merchandise and things that they do have. So if you want any of those cool Tetris swag items, you know, both kind of like, you know, the Switch carry case, you can put it on those Apple Watches, because I know everyone's really kind of starting to get those, and I know Apple Watch keeps making those a little bit more popular. But as well, beyond that, they also have the fantastic pixel art controllers, which I believe I heard from Shen earlier today were actually tested on Switch with TEC. So they definitely know that, you know, players do get a little bit sensitive about how sensitive these controllers are and making sure that these are the right tools for the job. But I can definitely say they have been quality tested as much as they possibly can, able to be connected via Bluetooth, and just, again, very pleasant and comfortable design to hold. So big shout outs again to Hyperkin for helping sponsor things, and just, again, fantastic stuff that they make, and very happy that they are working with us as well to bring you TECWC 2023.
I mean, I personally can attest to the controller just feeling absolutely fantastic. I mean, me who plays on a regular NES controller, it feels just like that, a little bit more ergonomic because of the rounded sides. And it actually made it to where I can play classic score attack a lot better. Now, I do prefer a keyboard for zone battle and the once in a blue moon high attempt score attack. But definitely, I can recommend these controllers to anyone. Like, I've genuinely had a pleasant experience. And my PB is actually higher than Shin's in classic score attack as a result of these controllers. So,
that's crazy.
And you can get a higher PB than Beast and Shin.
Man, I guess, I mean, and Shen doesn't even have that bad of a score to top. That's a pretty high standard. So if you've been looking to get into classic, this might be your opportunity. Sorry, we're giggling over here. We love each other, but
yeah.
So, and of course, we'll be giving another shout out as well. So obviously, the 5-year anniversary of the game. You all know and love Tetris Effect. So a big shout out to the 5-year anniversary. Enhance has been collecting a lot of stories from the past over these things, and obviously had a little bit of a kind of privileged extra stream earlier on tonight. But just a fantastic game, and 5 wonderful years of this amazing game supporting both modern and classic scenes alike. Just, again, can't be more grateful for Enhance to be here with us on this ride. And, you know, to another, ideally not just 5 years more, but at least another very strong 5 years.
Tetris Effect Connect is definitely taking part in some major milestones in my life, especially when I got to cast the Honda Fan Cup when it was on Xbox channel. And none of that, I mean, to say that I worked with Xbox, none of that would have been possible without Tetris Effect. By extension, Tetris Effect Connected. So, happy 5-year anniversary.
And yep, I believe we're getting the word from Shen, and we're getting over to our other match here on the winner's side of brackets. We've got Araki on the left and Ferox on the right. Both players very capable in modern guideline Tetris, but also with a lot of sneaky abilities in classic Tetris. For those especially coming from the modern scene, you may only know Araki for their incredible zone battle play and able to just make curvatrices and even zone battle impossibilitrices out of thin air like it's nothing. but still with a very strong, respectable classic prowess that we've been able to see already. And Ferox, definitely someone in and around the TEC community, able to really put in a lot of work in each of the game modes, and really going to give Araki a run for their money on, maybe not potentially zone battle, although Ferox is quite capable in their own right, but definitely classic and score attack to boot as well. So Araki, I don't think has too much of a difficult time. I think Ferox probably has the advantage, but I don't think the upset potentially from Araki is that far out of the picture. I think it's relatively likely in both classic and score attack potentially, but for Ferox to win, they're going to need to try and definitely play to their strengths and not have to rely on trying to make that zone battle upset.
I think that in this particular matchup, you can argue that this one a lot more close than Shocky versus Zin, because really the classic score attack is what I think is going to make the difference in this matchup, because we've seen, Araki in zone battle, we've seen Ferox in score attack. So I think that's how those two are going to play out. But the classic score attack, I think that's what's going to make the difference. And it's going to really show, that's something that they're going to have to combat Shocky up against. I think you're right. Ferox does have a slight advantage, but you never know what can happen. I think we've been seeing insane stuff all tournament long, basically all month long, and prior months when the TECWC started. So definitely very interesting. And we kind of had that situation happen between Zin and OSW, where classic score attack was the reason why Zin was able to advance, oddly enough.
Mm-hmm. And beyond that as well, even just from tonight, I mean, seeing the champion from last year, Super Shocky, be one game away from being eliminated outside of the finals, I mean, it's getting very tough to stay in this bracket at this point. And, I definitely think, although it was a little bit kind of staggered, I think, between the two game modes, and really score attack was that defining close matchup between Zin and Shocky, I think you can make the argument for all three modes potentially for Ferox and Araki. It looks like zone battle is going to be the one to start off. Okay, and we see, I believe Ferox is... Wait, no, okay, that's... Okay, sorry. I thought they were going to go for like a SDPC or other kind of guideline opener that we tend to see. Araki does favor some of the TD openers, especially if they do loop into PCs, because the PC looping in zone can be a tremendously powerful tool that Araki loves to play to. Ooh, Ferox a little bit greedy, gonna have to unfortunately spend that zone a little bit earlier than they might have liked, and Araki just gonna continue to play clean, setting up that kind of like donated Kaiden kick in order to keep that stat going. And 33 Perfectress, though, it only just now ended from Ferox. 53 Deca Hexatress, while Araki still had a lot of garbage sent over to Ferox beforehand. Ferox is going to be relying on a lot of quarter zones to try and make this work, but it's going to be very, very difficult as Araki is continuing to blitz out all of this damage. And unfortunately for them, not able to make it to phase 3. As a look at the speed and efficiency out of Araki, and of course 300 zone APM, a crazy number you would see, but nothing out of the ordinary for Araki.
Almost twice as fast as I am.
Oh, but the all clear though, and misstep from Araki. Oh no, and another double misstep for Araki. That could potentially be another second game if they don't get a quarter zone. Araki though with some very airtight skims avoids the worst case scenario and actually able to sneak in a Tetris under those skims. However, Ferox though definitely gave Araki a run for their money, and because of how fast that phase 1 zone charge, this could be the opportunity for Ferox to strike early on and try and get a little bit of advantage. But a bit of pressure from Araki going to force Ferox to zone relatively high up, and might be difficult for Ferox to continue to skin highly. So it looks like they're going to top out only at 12 lines cleared, and Araki already to a full zone and just going to be, swinging everything as they possibly can. Already up to 18 lines. I think they have the curb solved. They're going to get it. That is a 78 curb tris from Araki. And just wasting no time in pulling the clips out. It doesn't matter if it's a friendly zone battle or a tournament set. Araki will always be putting on a show. And though Ferox 22 Octorus, they're going to have to rely on a ton of skims. But the phase 2 garbage is still clean. Able to keep working through to these quarter zones and potentially survive another lethal attack from Araki. But Araki, 58,000 points already, is actually going to push things to phase 3. Unfortunately, now it is phase 3, so that's going to be unclean garbage in a very short timer for Ferox. And Araki right now has no garbage and no problems on their board currently. Oh, well, Ferox works away to another quarter zone. It is not over, but the defensive play from Ferox has been absolutely stunning to watch. Unfortunately, it does run out, but Araki still incredibly efficient. The zone attack even higher the second time around.
Wait, what can you do about that? Like a 70+ curb? Like,
I mean, ordinarily, especially for players like Ferox, where like the speed disadvantage and the efficiency, arguably, depending on Araki's playstyle, is going to be very hard to work around. You're going to need to rely on accepting a lot of that garbage as clean and returning it to sender. But because it was so much, Ferox often had to rely on using zone to just counter those massive spikes and wasn't able to really get enough retaliation. And even as we say that now, I mean, still getting pushed up like crazy. And it looks like Araki this time going to be the first one to zone. I think is just going to try and send an incredibly strong spike to see if Ferox is going to be caught off guard by this. Oh my goodness, there's another curb. Wait, no, that's an old. Oh, they missed it. Oh, dang. Okay, I thought it was another curb stall from Araki. I was about to be like, that was basically two phase one curbs in a row. Ferox trying to look for the ulti. Unfortunately, it's only going to be a Perfectress, but still 53, and that efficiency within zone will keep them alive. Araki does have score advantage and zone advantage, so Ferox is not in a comfortable spot just yet. Ooh, Araki a little bit greedy on some of these garbage acceptances. Although definitely has speed advantage, again, with the way that garbage can be countered and mitigated. Sometimes you can get locked into accepting a lot more garbage than you'd like. However, it looks like Ferox is going to be the one that's going to have to zone first. And Araki, I don't think has all clear parity, but looked like they were about to go for it. Looks like at this point just kind of building up as they see fit. Looks to be going for big. Unfortunately, not going to be getting the curb twist that they were looking for, but a 65 ulti nonetheless. And Araki this entire set has been matching APM with Ferox's drops per minute. And especially in a situation like that, it's an excruciating uphill battle for Ferox. And I think Araki definitely trying to get through the momentum early on with this zone battle win and try and set the tone for the later matches.
That is kind of just mind-blowing. Almost speechless. This is quite the uphill battle for Ferox.
Let's see. Oh, wow. The T-spin... I think it wasn't exactly Trinity, but definitely it was 3 T-spin doubles kind of delayed into the STSD. Okay, I think Araki looking for a way to try and find a curb stall potentially, and it looks like they're going to get it 76. Gosh. 2 curbs in 4 games, and this still isn't over. Ferox trying to see if they can get a T-spin triple to maximize that efficiency and potentially stay alive, but they're spending a long time getting through, that they're going to be eating a lot of garbage and not able to get a zone in time, and Araki takes it with incredible efficiency and just under that 300 zone attack per minute. Again, one of the best in the scene at playing to that zone mechanic as best as they possibly can. And a quick 4-0 for Araki, as they are now going to be waiting to see if they can pull a game off of Ferox and make their way into finals, either through Classic or through Score Attack.
I don't. That was
sorry, go for it.
2 curves, over 70 attack. Wow.
I mean, I still remember the first time I got exposed to Araki's, incredible zone battle plays was the Square One reveal trailer where they just demonstrated a 100 curb tris from Araki and a freestyle impossibilitress, and I literally my jaw just dropped from my face. I could not believe that I had not even seen this player before, and just so incredibly efficient and able to play with the zone mechanic better than arguably just about everyone in the world, maybe with the exception of Kazuo Nakashi Robo and a handful of others. But always a player that just doesn't matter what situation it's in, they're always going to be going for the clips, and oftentimes it's going to be met.
Man, that was impressive.
However, I will say though, Rocky, although a very good 4-0 for them, still not out of the woods just yet because they still have to find another way to get these wins. Obviously for Ferox, you know, it's still a little bit stressful because Rocky does have a pretty reliable upset on classic score attack and potentially even score attack if they're able to get the right piece sequences. But definitely I would say Araki has done what they needed to do and played to their advances as much as they can. And now the ball is going to be in Ferox's court, and they need to make sure if it's going to come down to whether or not they're going to be able to play to their strengths as much as possible and kind of wall Araki off from taking any further sets from them.
Especially, you know, classic score attack. This might be the mode to do it. Best of.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned this would be the one to upset. Obviously, if Araki manages to pull off the victory here, we don't even need to go to score attack. And especially considering Ferox, I think, is a little bit more happy with the score attack format. Rocky does not want to leave it any further up to chance or any other, you know, score attack issues. If they're able to close out here, that's it. They'll be moving on to face Super Shocky.
Starting off, amazing stacks here to open with. Ferox is going to have to do a little bit more burning. Would love an S.
Oh my goodness, the ill-timed eye pieces, unfortunately for Ferox.
Imagine having bad timing on eye pieces. You generally get no
very...
timing for eye pieces. It's not very often it happens.
Yeah, usually you'll get those, you know, 30, 40, 50 or beyond piece droughts with the eye pieces. And then sometimes it's just when you're least expecting it, you're assuming it's going to be that bad RNG, and you just get 3 in a row with no real idea how to use it. And unfortunately, sometimes it can be just as bad. A little misdrop there on Araki's side over on the left, but they are working their way down. Takes a triple, but going to be in favor of keeping that stack clean rather than risking it and trying to maintain a very aggressive stance.
Have to do a little bit more burning here, and another one's going to be needed to resolve.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of it.
But no. Nice split double foul.
Mm-hmm.
Great placements.
Yep.
Beautiful flat burns. Back to what James Shen would call it, a neutral board.
Again, yeah, so although it was looking a little scary for Araki, definitely having some very good piece sequences, able to clean things up, and is now ready to keep scoring those Tetrises. And obviously, if we look on the Ferox's side of things, hasn't really had the easiest chance to score as well either. So even though there was a little bit of time from both spent digging down, not too much in terms of one player gaining a strong advantage. So I think probably at this point, I'd say Ferox is about 2 Tetrises. I think a little bit under in terms of a lead, but a couple skims here and there could very quickly shift the momentum.
Only, under just a little bit over half a Tetris lead over here for Ferox. Rocky's gonna find Tetris there. Same point. Things have kind of calmed down. It was such a very exciting opener. It seems like now players can get into a zone. Even though this is.
Yeah, definitely Araki able to play that very, you know, quick, strong, aggressive playstyle in zone battle. Has to take it a little bit more safer, and the Tetris in the middle of the stack from Ferox, able to keep it clean in the midst of down stack. Only needs 1 skim, and that well is back open, ready for a Tetris. Ooh, okay, they're going to play the safe route.
Here. Oh, perfect timing on that eyepiece. And actually, Rocky might be able to tie things up. There's the Tetris, so yeah, down by 3,000, less than a Tetris, and Ferox in a little bit of a precarious situation.
Yeah, gonna have to be doing a little bit careful digs. I think they try to play it a little bit safe, but
we were tied for a moment, missed it, but
we
had exact same scores for a moment.
Always love to see. And now I think is it almost rough. I think it's a little 3 lines off, so not gonna get to that point, unfortunately. But still, just a tiny bit more efficient from Ferox.
You have to do some mathematical jujitsu in order to get that high.
Unfortunately, the pace stat is not divisible by 4. Okay, and a couple skims there from Araki. Gonna need spend 4, but does manage to clear things out. And one more skim. They're able to solidify that Tetris and still keeping it relatively close with Ferox.
Anywhere from, a Tetris to being in the lead is where Rocky has been positioned at. We are closing in on level 19. A little bit under 40 lines. Oh.
Okay, a little misdrop, but able to get a couple of pieces there. Seems to be fiddling around a little bit, but is not losing control of Das, which again is a very, very important part of making sure to get through alive on the down stack.
Oh, so Rocky uses Das.
Well, maybe. I don't know. That's my guess. Because at least it looked like it from the piece falling.
Shin brought it up in yesterday's streams that a lot of modern players like to use tapping. And kind of speaking of tapping, Ferox, dirty triple, like to try and get out of this situation. And great adjustment.
Beautiful from Ferox. And yeah, still not too far in the lead, but a pretty nice board to score with if they're able to get through. But playing a bit greedy. Fortunately, that pace is going to be getting a little bit lower, and that is not the right piece that they're looking for to burn. Another couple of ill-timed eye pieces. I'm surprised to say that. And it gets cut off, and Araki now just needs a couple more points, but a double skim, I believe, is it. And yeah, Araki is on tournament or match point to make it into finals without dropping a single game to Ferox.
What a terrifying game. Oh, we're going down to level 15.
Okay. Interesting choice, considering that Araki as well was the one that made that decision. So I'm not entirely sure. Maybe Araki's trying to look and see if they're able to play a little bit more efficient on the slower speed. We do see if Ferox is continuing to hard drop some of these pieces. Not sure if Araki wants to play a little bit more of the slow game and get a better view of these piece sequences or whatnot, because I know sometimes Classic players have seen the value of being a little bit behind in the piece sequence to have a couple more in that piece preview. But again, depending on how long Ferox is able to keep up the pushdown, they could get a couple extra little pushdown points that, might only be equal to 1 or 2 skims, but could very well mean the difference in a chase down.
Ferox was going to decide to really keep this up and push down as much as possible in 15. But in fact, see a situation where Ferox has a pretty significant lead, just simply because playing the game faster, even though the efficiency might be the same, and force Araki to have to go for Tetrises on level 19 under time pressure, which, anything to kind of throw Araki off their game, that's something that you would want to try and do, which is also a little bit why I see the level 15 start, a little bit puzzling as well. Shifting from a higher speed to a lower speed, so your timings could be misconstrued.
I mean, perhaps Ferox has mastered the art of classic finesse, and maybe it'll hurt their muscle memory more. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think that will be the case. I think Araki just might find a little bit more individual comfort in having the slower speed, which perhaps, again, in that mentality, maybe they're more focused not so much on making sure that Ferox is having a hard time, but just making sure that they themselves are having a fantastic time on their own board.
Definitely having a fantastic time. Same Tetris rates, separated by, a little bit of burns over here. Or actually, yeah, not even.
I think, basically burns and skims, yeah.
Like this setup over here from Araki. Beautiful delay burn setup. Can't use that eyepiece to score, but another one should fall.
And we're gonna just, I think, waiting for that O piece once it does come. But plenty of time to do it, and the stack on the left looks pretty beautiful. Unfortunately, it's getting a little bit off-centered, might be more difficult to maintain. And that eyepiece just not coming in time, and Araki going to be getting a little bit of a tuck. And I think just going to try and work with the piece sequence that's given. And unfortunately, a couple of ill-timed O pieces right after the hole is plugged, but Araki still managing to capitalize as best they can.
Going to try and go for the column 9 here. Not going to result in a clean transfer, but this is a Tetris ready board.
He gets another skill. Are they trying to go for like a double Tetris in the? I guess yeah. If you have
players go for column 9s, they try and do it as a way to get a perfect transfer to try and stay in position. Which unfortunately, the number of rows that column 9 was odd, so a perfect transfer was likely never going to happen. So that's why you saw Rocky take that single. not the single, the double with the TPs. Things are back under control. Ferox has been really pushing the efficiency in this game.
And again, like, although there's a little bit maybe to be made in terms of the pace statistic, I mean, Ferox is really starting to pull ahead a little bit with the Tetris rate. Unfortunately, a couple skims here and there, as Rocky is working to try and keep this board as clean as possible. Good adjustment there on the O piece, and the long bar able to be slotted down to that left side. Ensure that those burn options are still available and online.
Yeah, Ferox kind of got in this situation because went for a Z-spin and actually missed it. And the timings are a little bit more generous on level 15 than level 18. But when you're used to always playing on level 18, it's very easy to get those timings messed up.
And it looks like Araki's still managing to keep that board clean. Right now, only looks to be down about just Tetris and some change. And I believe it's identical in terms of line count. So literally about 1,000 points separating between Ferox and Araki. A little bit of some dangerous skims happening for Ferox, but a timely eye piece is going to relieve some of that pressure high up on the board. And I think a couple of skims off the top should be enough to clean up Ferox's board. You can see going to be getting 2 or 3 there, and there we go. Board is back up and Tetris ready. Just going to be waiting for that long bar whenever it does show up. Little misdrop, but still has the skim options. Again, that's why we keep that left side high. And still waiting on the long bar. Looks like on Araki's side as well, also suffering from the same drought. Finally, we get the long bar, but not at a great time for Ferox. Meanwhile, Araki able to outlast the drought perfectly. Skim into that Tetris. And now at this point, I believe has the lead.
Transition for Ferox. So faster speeds and they're going to continue to increase every 10 lines. Rocky has 1 Tetris to go before that point and putting up left. There it is.
And there we go.
Rocky back into the lead.
All right, we'll have to make sure that Araki doesn't have any issues adjusting with the stack. Again, it's very clean. Tetris ready and able to get yet another one. I think Ferox might potentially be a little bit more comfortable living through some of the faster speeds on upwards of level 19 and such. So Araki going to try and keep playing as efficient as they possibly can. There's another Tetris. Be waiting on that tuck that they're able to get through. And actually just... not going to get the spin. Okay, and it looks like just going to get a couple of skims here and there to open things up.
That's a tough O piece.
Yeah, not a lot of good spaces for it, unfortunately. It looks like they're going to just kind of build on top. Get some doubles, and maybe keep trying to get this board into a little bit better of a state. We see the level 18, so the level 19 transition is coming rather quickly.
Oh, that's
right,
perfect.
And beautiful pieces, able to clean that up. And quite honestly, that's still like a dead even, I think, in pace between the two. 62% Tetris rate for both.
The center wheel set up for Araki, though, right before transition. There it is.
Yeah, we see the Tetris.
Oh, nice. There it is, level 19, the spot where we said that Ferox would have the advantage. Rocky just looking to try and just make sure not to top out for a bunch of flat placements.
So I think, Rocky might... Oh, boy, that could be a pretty tight snag. I do think Ferox is able to dig around it, but that's going to be really tricky and might be piece dependent. Because the eyepiece down, but it doesn't skim anything.
Araki has to get this eyepiece over. Oh my gosh, the dirty Tetris for Araki! And that's going to be enough!
Yeah, and that's
going to the finals!
And in Araki's debut in the TECWC, makes it into the finals to face last year's champion Super Shocky over Ferox, who, again, as well, also had a very commendable run this year. I believe almost just made it into top 8 last year, but now coming out at a bare minimum 4th place, and I believe going to still be playing against Zin later in order to decide who's going to be getting our 3rd place victory. But yeah, I mean,
way that
4-0-2-0. I mean, Ferox, we did mention Ferox likely to have the best advantage on score attack. Rocky's game plan of don't let Ferox get the score attack works out flawlessly with 4-0-2-0. That's a 2-0 set count, and that is enough to book their spot into the finals.
Will be playing up against Shocky there. where things become a little bit more blurry when we talk about classic score attack. Shocky definitely with the advantage. He is a max out plus player, not on TEC, but in general. So is going to be able to push that level 18 a lot further. But of course, like even Araki on level 19, the smart play just able to stay low, and then the ability to maneuver pieces up that high to score the dirty Tetris to seal the deal. That I think, which was super impressive.
I mean, especially because it's kind of just become standard practice at this point to just always build with that Tetris well over on the right side. Give yourself as much time as you need. But I think Araki not as comfortable getting pieces over to the left and right in time with a 9-0 stack and just considering to go for that center well just to have it as an option. And it ended up being the game-winning play for them as well. So, again, everything just kind of worked out perfectly for Araki in that situation. So, all right. And of course, I believe after this, though, the next match I think we will be getting into is likely to be our third place matchup. So again, even though if you're cheering for Ferox and for Zindunko anywhere, because they will still be having their third place match as well. You know, they're not out just yet because there is still a little bit of a extra bit to be had there. Although the prizes are relatively similar between third and fourth place. Only top 3 get medals, so this is basically a fantastic set to see who gets that fancy little medal and who gets home with the rest of the other fabulous prizes that everyone here in top 4 has earned for making it this far.
Yeah. So definitely, that one's going to be another interesting one. Zen versus Ferox, and you mentioned that Ferox is a bit more comfortable on score attack, but up against Zen, though, how do you feel about that particular matchup?
I mean, again, Zen is that scary comeback player having the ability to play well beyond the master mode level of the game. Although Ferox, I believe, tends to favor LST over ST stacking, where they might be able to get a little bit more efficiency, I don't know if they have that same consistency card as Shocky's able to pull on a regular basis. So for Ferox, I think that score attack might be a little bit up in the air. Zen as well, I think, probably going to have that advantage in zone battle. But classic score attack could still be a very promising set as both players seeming to be relatively competent with the game mode, but a couple of bad piece sequences can lead to some very early top outs for both.
Definitely be an interesting matchup, and as she says, to decide who gets third place. Of course, we got to give a shout out to AppMex. Investments you can hold the Tetris coin. You know what? We didn't have Shen to flip any of the coins. We're
getting told Shen's getting the coin out. We're getting ready for the. It's the sequel to the Magic 8 Ball. It's the Tetris AppMex coin to predict the outcome of our TECWC matches. But again, very high quality products selling some very precious metals and making sure that that quality is second to none. And it has quite a few of the Tetris products. Obviously, we're showing a lot of the coins and other things off. But they do have products beyond what we're just showing as well. One of the things that I got to see was a couple of things where you get like kind of each of the Tetraminos in kind of whatever alloy or metal you're looking for. And it looks like a very fantastic quality piece to have. And not going to lie, very enticing considering the number of people I know in the community that have that kind of sort of Tetris related memorabilia and commonplaces. So it's sketching my fancy a little bit.
Definitely a nice little collection to all my Tetris stuff.
Of course, we'll be promoting the giveaway once again. So for those of you that have tuned into the stream and have not heard, you can type connected into our chat, giving away with Limited Run Games a collector's edition for Tetris Effect Connected, I believe, on PS4 or 5, Xbox, or Switch, depending on your preferred platform, including, I believe, with all the stuff on screen with like the OST, a couple of pins, and other extra few free TEC swag that you can sport. So if you want to be entered in that giveaway, again, all you got to do is type connected. We'll be drawing them, I believe, either at or towards the end of the stream. So be sure to tune around as well, because you don't want to miss that in case your name gets called. Because this is some very, very fortunate opportunity. And of course, thanks once again for Enhanced and Limited Run Games for helping us out, bring you TECWC and supporting us like this. And we can see Shen already doing a little bit of the promo. That is one of the collector's editions. believe that is our J Tetramino. And I think I'll bring it out another one. There is, I believe that, wait, is that orange? Wait, it looks orange on the camera. I think that's the red Z.
Orange on the camera, but yeah.
But the Z piece to turn around potentially. And I think that's the S coming on top. Showing a little bit of that TEC ability, stacking in real life, not to mention in the game. And unfortunately, it's a little hidden there, peeking out from the side. Always gotta love Shen.
Eyepiece, though.
I don't know. We're not ready for that Tetris yet. Maybe we gotta hold off on that one. But of course, and again, just a fantastic opportunity that we do have. So again, once again, can't be thankful enough for all the support that we've been having here for TECWC this year.
We'll be back in 10 minutes for your third place match. So go get some popcorn, go grab some water, but don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the action.
third place match between Zin SS and Super Shocky. But first, we want to give a warm word in for our sponsor, Hyperkin. So take it away.
Shin kind of misspoke. The third place match is between Zin and Ferox, not Zin and Shocky.
Okay, I did it real quick to say I'm sorry, but yes, now you can take it away.
But yes,
always on our toes.
Welcome back, everyone. We are about to get our third place match underway between Ferox and Zin, and then after that, we'll be having the finals, the reigning champ Shocky versus Araki. Devo, I mean, this has been quite the amazing tournament so far.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, there's been a lot of crazy matches that have happened. Again, not even just within the limited amount of time we have in top 2, but as well, some of the players just getting here as well. Like Araki, definitely capable of potentially qualifying through on Score Attack as well, but having to have a DQ, and now is already in the finals for this. OSW as well with the double qualifying, and Kirby able to get that extra spot in terms of our extra little 12th spot that we were managing to find through. And just a lot of great showing from a lot of great players. But of course, down to our final 4, we have our winner side and we have our loser side. We're getting into some fantastic matches. And if, you know, the first couple of 2 sets that we already seen, or to speak on anything we're about to, we're going to be having a pleasant time watching Ferox, Zin, Araki, and Shocky put on a show for us tonight.
Yeah, with Zin and Ferox up next, you know, we have our 3 modes, our Score Attack, Classic Score Attack, and Zone Battle. Which game modes do you think favor which player?
So I think definitely in this case, I think Zin is probably favored to win. I believe, again, with Zin's history in TEC events, generally is very, very strong at getting that TEC Zone Battle performance. I mean, obviously, Ferox was not able to take a game off Araki, but in their defense, many people can't. However, I believe Zin trying to keep that momentum is going to start off with that Zone Battle pick. And I think knowing that Score Attack is a little bit of a risky option, Zin can also threaten that as well. Ferox wants to probably settle things down into Classic and settle that tone down to a little bit of a slower pace to force Zin out of that modern rhythm before going back into Score Attack, where both players, again, having a fantastic chance to pull some very, very large scores. I mean, Zin with the very end, you know, 29 beyond is like 30, 40 extra lines where you can get a crazy amount of points through. But Ferox, you know, I haven't seen too much of the LST stacking that they do like to go for. Not entirely sure how much it's going to benefit, but they're going to be needing that Shocky level of consistency if they're going to want to pull out that win for Score Attack. And likely going to need that Classic Score Attack dub as well. So I think Ferox a bit in the uphill battle. But again, Zin, we've seen a little bit potentially might have some inconsistencies where Ferox could potentially swoop in and get a couple of quick wins before Zin knows what hit him.
Yeah, especially in, you know, some of the cases where Zin found himself in really high pressure situations. You saw like the panic settle in, especially in that game 2 up against Super Shocky, down by so much, time pressure was on, and you saw like panic. So if Ferox can make him uncomfortable, then I think Ferox has a good chance to take it. But that's the thing, got to make Zin uncomfortable. And based off of what we've seen in tournaments so far, not the easiest thing to do.
I mean, Zin obviously can have a speed advantage, so I don't think Zin is really going to be too worried about getting outsped by Ferox in that Score Attack if they do get to it. But we saw, you know, in order to keep up that credible efficiency, Zin kind of needs a little bit more time to work through with their stack. But obviously, that is going to be a little bit later in the set, and potentially not if Zin's able to get to 2-0. Right now, we are well on our way to a zone battle portion where a little early misdrop from Zin, and Ferox with the clean stack actually going to go a little bit for the early damage, forcing Zin to get that early zone and hurt their efficiency. As we mentioned this before, some of the strongest plays you can have is disruption in zone battle, and Ferox now trying to blister their way through this zone. They know if they get through it fast enough, they can really put Zin on the back burner, and Zin right now is just trying to build up that max zone meter. We can see it's done there. It's phase 1, and they're actually going to zone to make sure they solidify that phase 1 timer, but still a 58 ulti from Ferox is nothing to snuff at, and a lot of pressure onto Zin right now.
Yeah, and you kind of saw it wasn't even a full zone that Zen was able to do in the first one. It was a 3/4 zone, and everything has been negated. So, with it,
yeah.
Great
At the very, I would say at the very least, although, a little bit of misdrop trouble from Zen. We have seen this earlier, and it's not really the best spot for them to be in. However, Ferox does have zone advantage and score advantage, so even if Zen sends a very strong zone, really under the pressure to put things into phase 3. So if Ferox is able to get a lot of garbage at once and accept clean, they have the power to make magic happen. We see the the max zone meter does come in 55,000 points. However, Zen has started to crawl this back and is, again, with that incredible efficiency, really threatening that phase 3 transition as Ferox working their way over to that side well before the phase 3 hits, and we're going to see them work on that phase 2 timer. 50 out of 19 from Zen, but Ferox is doing a beautiful job with the down stack, 18 lines, still going for more. Are we going to see a huge zone? 1949, almost a perfect answer, but the play outside of zone from Zen is going to keep things relatively stable for them. And now Ferox has to contend with one of the fastest players in TEC zone battle, but a couple of misdrops from Zen. Oh, yeah, and I think that might get a pop an early zone from Zen. That's a beautiful chance for Ferox to regain a little bit more composure and get that stack in a much more manageable situation. And yeah, that's a little bit more garbage, and Zen is basically cut off, surviving on the IHS, but it's going to run out of room. Ferox with enough time actually going to be taking the first game off of Zen, showing that no matter how much speed you have, if you run into those bad accidents, it's not going to be a fun time for you.
Yeah, and there was just a lot of misdrops in that particular game. So maybe Zen just looking to shake those off and then try and, bounce back here in game 2. Good thing about zone battle portion is it's 1st to 4. So you can have one bad game and then still, have great the rest.
Oh, and now Ferox a little bit on the ropes early on. Has a bit of down stack that they're able to work with, but we can see Zen already rushing off insanely fast pressure. However, it does not pop the zone for Ferox. And Ferox right now has a sidewall to work with, although it might be the hardest to stay efficient since it generally promotes Tetrises over T-spins. And for a player like Ferox and Zen, ironically, that's a bad thing because it hurts your ability to go for T-spins on the regular. We can see a lot of Tetrises have been taken by Ferox. Still a fantastic zone showing. Going to be getting pretty high, I think 19. I think they can only get to 20, but 57, still a fantastic efficiency bit there. As Zen now having to stack through with a little bit more of their own zone and trying to make sure that they are going to be putting Ferox now on the back foot and pressure them to get that zone charge up in time. And yeah, it actually looks like it's going to be a really solid defense there from Ferox, as they're going to keep that zone advantage, but unfortunately the score advantage has been lost. So Zen has the power to turn things into phase 3 at will.
Yeah, nice foot Tetris. Really help fill up that zone.
Again, but just because of the garbage shedding as well in TEC, one of the hardest things to work around is kind of like figuring out how to mitigate garbage when it comes in all at once. And that is one of the things that, Wells closer to the center with just 2 Tetrises are so good at, is sending that pressure off insanely fast and making sure that your opponent doesn't really have enough time to react, has to compromise their build into something a little bit less favorable.
Yeah, there was a 48,
oh wait,
19,
Ferox has like the all clear parity. I think they're going for a Kerptress currently, and I think they might almost have gotten it. Unfortunately, a little bit of the misrotations. 48 from 18, still nothing to snuff at. Tries to go greedy, but unfortunately puts themselves in need of a skim, which is not there. And Zen, evening things back up, has that advantage in phase 3 and closes the game out in 2 minutes.
So now 1-1, and definitely you saw that phase 3 become a factor with Zen able to, take us there. Like you said, Zen had the score advantage and had the ability to take us there at his discretion.
Especially with how much, in the uphill battle where you have to often take a lot of garbage from your opponent if you're at that speed or efficiency disadvantage. Having that clean garbage is essential to counterplay. And unfortunately in phase 3, it's just not an option. So when Zen is able to be on that threatening level, it definitely puts a lot of pressure onto Ferox to make sure that they're building the best that they possibly can. And unfortunately, having to play extremely greedy in a game like this can be punishing if you don't get the right piece sequences. Oh my goodness, gets the 20. There's the all-clear follow-up from Ferox. It's a lot of quick garbage in from Xin, but luckily for Xin, they managed to build through fast enough. But another all-clear from Ferox, popping off 132, 129. I believe that is much, much higher above Ferox's usual performance, and really just having everything click for them in that moment. And that's a second game off of Xin, and quite frankly is in a very good position to ride this momentum and could quite literally take zone battle and be on between Classic and Score Attack and only have to win one of the two.
Yeah, what a way to convert that zone, and the PC afterwards just really felt like it caught Xin off guard.
I mean, the crazy part is that it didn't even take one, it took two. It was like literally like Ferox was like looking for it kind of like during the zone, and then like didn't have it, was like, okay, we'll get it after the zone. It was like, you know what, I can go for another one. We already got the first PC, let's go for another one. And quite frankly, that worked excellently for Ferox. Ended up, you know, with a fantastic board state. We see 18 from Xin, 19 currently out of Ferox. They're looking about seeing if there's a way to get this curb. Unfortunately for them, it's only an ulti, but only an ulti is not exactly a bad phrase to say. However, there's a lot of garbage quickly coming in from Xin. Ferox works up to a lot of zone and is not going to have to zone in retaliation. Fantastic stuff, and able to save a lot of their zone meter. Might have to skim here, unfortunately for them, and sacrifice a little bit of that efficiency, but making sure to keep that zone charge up when they do need to let it rip, and might be a little soon. No, actually, Zin's going to be the first to pop. However, at 45,000 points, Xin is within phase 3 striking distance, so Ferox has to get this stack clean now, unless they want to risk that phase 3 zone. Then, oh, it was... I can't really tell too much exactly who got that off in time. It was about as close as it could be. However, I think judging by that time, I believe Ferox might have been able to get that off. There's the 20 as well from Ferox, but unfortunately for them, Xin has been playing incredibly fast, and that extra bit of garbage sending from the speed that they're earning is able to keep Xin alive, and Xin is just, again, in a fantastic upstack position, has a lot of material to work with, and it's going to be a little bit difficult for Ferox to get through. However, a mistrap from Xin might make that a little bit easier, potentially. Looks like they're going to go for a zone here. They're going to be seeing a couple of T-spins here and there, but Ferox needs to find a way to be efficient and get that zone off in time. 35 out of 17, but Ferox's retaliation only going to be at max 10 seconds. How will they capitalize?
Ooh, doesn't look like a lot.
16, at the very least, has a lot of skins that they're able to get some zone meter with. There's the quarter, but they're going to want to try and see if they can get any more. Unfortunately, only has that quarter to work with. Tries to work up for the Tetris, but in that time, Xin has sent even more garbage, and that is going to be a top out. The phase 3 advantage for Xin, with a huge speed difference, is going to be too much for Ferox to overcome, and Xin immediately evens it back up. And it is 2-2. It's a first to 2 zone battle ranked match.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I mean, just back and forth. Obviously, there was that amazing Ferox to bring them up to 2, but it just looked like Xin was nonstop on the offensive. Oh, there's a PC.
Oh, and Ferox has another one. They might actually. I think they have the. Yeah, they have the 5-line PC as well as a follow-up, and that's gonna pop a zone out of Xin. I think that at the very least is a full zone, but definitely not the situation they were looking for. They're sacrificing T-pieces left and right, and that efficiency is going to suffer.
Oh,
but
Ferox off guard!
And Ferox tried to tank, but it was all one strong attack. And unfortunately, the eat and retaliate play from Ferox does not pay off. And Xin is now one game closer to solidifying this win and getting through to a either classic or score attack dub for themselves.
Really,
see, I think
situation there.
Oh wow, and a beautiful T-spin single TST kick for Ferox, able to solidify that forecasted on the T-spin double. Looks to be still kind of going down, but lots of pressure comes in from Xin. Both players at that max zone. It looks like Zin is the first to let it rip. Has been completely clean, almost misdrops the T-spin double. And we can see Ferox setting up a little bit of ST as well to maintain a clean stack. 19 from Zin, but that is 55. Ferox desperately looking to see if they're able to maximize this efficiency once again. Very airtight decisions having to be made. 18, I think we're going to be seeing the 20. Yes, we are. 58 out of Ferox. But again, Zin having that extra speed advantage, able to play so quickly while Ferox is in zone and not sending off any pressure, and is going to be earning that zone advantage up as fast as they possibly can.
Nice TST over there from Ferox.
Okay, oh my goodness, and the T-spin triple tower. A little bit of swag comes out from Zin, and it just does get a couple of extra skims before going into the Tetris below. Oh, unfortunately tops out at 16 lines at 43, but it kicks it into phase 3, and Ferox is not in a very good spot. I'm going to rely on a lot of skims. Unfortunately, there's going to be a hole in the stack almost no matter which way they cut it. And I think that's just a little too much garbage, and that is going to be the zone battle set. Zin over Ferox, 4-2. And once again, the speed for Zin really coming in handy to solidify that phase 3 advantage and choke their opponent out with no resources left.
Just really tough situations right there over there for, especially, you know, after opening up then sending that full zone attack. It really felt like it just caught Ferox off guard.
I definitely think, yeah, that it feels bad, but I definitely think that was kind of the turning point of the set. Not just that, you know, Zin won the last two, but that Ferox definitely put Zin in the backseat and almost just barely had that chance to really put Zin and pack a punch where it hurts. But unfortunately was going so fast that they weren't able to see how much garbage they were tanking when they did. And unfortunately for them, it was too much, gave Zin the advantage. And unfortunately, when you're already down a game versus Zin on match point, overcoming that speed advantage is even harder the second time. And so now Zin up one set. We do move on to classic score attack with the pressure is on Ferox to try and carry this momentum through to see if they can win this set out and try and push it to a score attack decider set and see if they can try their luck against Zin's incredible master-esque playing past level 28 and beyond.
Yeah, and, you know, Ferox had a little bit of shakiness in the classic score attack last time, but we did see some level 19 play. Maybe if there wasn't for those misdrops that cascaded in the center of the board, we might have been able to see a little bit more of a prolonged idea of what Ferox is able to do here in this competitive environment. But being able to push Zin there, because Zin definitely had a little bit of shakiness, I think it opens up the chance for some interesting happenings as we're going to get started here.
And I believe Ferox able to decide that starting speed. Initially, it's going to be 18. So off to the regular start for many of the classic events. And not too difficult to manage at this point, but if pieces start to snag in the middle or as our sides very high up, could very easily lead to a top out, because we have seen both these players struggle a little bit against some of the top talent that we do have still left alive tonight.
Yeah, but right now, everything seems pretty calm. Ferox taking just a couple of maintenance burns, and there's nothing wrong with that. You're not going up against a super shocky player that max out in the game. You're going up against Zin, so there's no need to, you know, push the efficiency to the absolute max. You just want to stay clean and stay alive.
Oh man, just a couple of eyepieces in some very quick succession. Zin able to get those early Tetrises off to a very slight early lead. And Ferox a couple, again, those maintenance birds like you were mentioning, able to keep things clean and keep things, more importantly, low to the board as they're able to solidify yet another Tetris and re-grab that lead back, as Zin, unfortunately, with a little bit more of a jagged stack, is going to have to rely on some burns to get out of this.
Yeah, would love... Oh, decides to go for that.
Wow, and yeah, going to be a little bit difficult, unfortunately. Yeah, not a clean solve there, but just waiting on that eyepiece to see if they can slam down a triple. Doesn't look like it's coming in time. They're going to spend a couple more skims on top to try and keep this well open. Where is that long bar? This drought is pretty substantial.
Oh,
21.
nice. Great recognition right there. Last second over there for Zen. How
No.
get things cleaned up a lot sooner? This drought over here for Ferox, though.
Yeah, I
Could
guess,
be
yeah.
a little
Drought
bit
followed by droughts. Although, decent good burns, though, from Ferox. Making sure to keep that left side just a little bit higher and keep those burn options open
Oh,
and make sure
Zen.
they're not playing
The
terribly
TP's misdrop.
Oh, yeah, Zin's going to need an eyepiece, but this drought on Ferox's side is still going, and Ferox
Oh my
has a little
gosh.
bit. It's like 34 pieces there, and unfortunately for Zin, that's going to be a top out, and Ferox now can breathe a little bit easier as they are one step closer to solidifying this classic score attack mode and to push things onto the score attack format.
And, you know, that's one of the brutal things about Classic. It was a 21 drought into a 32. And then even after that, it was going to be another 10 plus drought. So definitely, you don't have the luxury of just being able to have your getting a eyepiece, you know, anywhere from 7 to 13. You can definitely run into situations where you can go. I've seen players go up to 90 without seeing an eyepiece.
Oh, is it 90? I saw the clip where it was like 70 something, I think, from one of the World Champ qualifying matches. I didn't even know that went further than that. My goodness. That is a bit unruly.
Harry Hong, even though it wasn't a competitive match, he got a one drought. And he was the one post-transition too. So it lasted several levels.
Oh my god. Like, at that point, I feel like the game just tells you, like, no, there's no scoring potential here anymore. You just gotta just have fun with the next one, buddy.
Yeah, Frog's definitely having fun with this one. Off to a little bit an early lead. Of course, is pushing down a little bit. And, you know, just utilizing this opportunity to just really focus more on stacking and not have to worry about the speed. Because 18, even though a lot of players make it look very simple and easy to play, to the unexperienced, it's actually very difficult.
Again, a very low amount of skims needed. At the very least, a lot of last-second adjustments able to be made and able to play a little bit more aggressive. However, Ferox with a little bit of try to play it a safe burn, but unfortunately it's going to hurt that scoring potential on the eyepiece. Alright, another skim, help keep things a little bit lower. It finally gets to the long bar, and there's the Tetris for Ferox. A little bit ahead in terms of pace and score, I think, currently, compared to Zin. But definitely, gap is still in the process of closing as we're getting into, well, not quite a drought at the very least, but definitely, I think, Ferox in a little bit ahead in terms of the pieces. So, Zin's getting into a tricky situation. Ferox's board might tell the fate of how Zin's story is going to play out.
Yeah, and Ferox, good position. Is going to have to do a little bit burning, try and get access to column 3 and 4. But Zin just not in a position to kind of score and reclaim the lead, or even bring it back into an even game. But those pieces are going to help out. Would love an L piece. Fortunately, didn't get one, so it's going to have to take 2 more burns. But now it's ready to score. And
yeah, I mean, considering they are...
Yeah, Zin is behind in lines.
Yeah, you can see, you can get a little kind of guess at the idea of the pace rate with the Tetris rate that we do see next to the drought counter. So Ferox not too far ahead, and obviously within striking distance if Zin's able to keep it clean. But if Ferox gets into an unruly situation, a couple of burns might very easily swing things in the other direction.
Yeah, at this point, you know, down by 44,000. So yeah, it's still roughly even. There is a slight advantage for kind of see that quantified by a Tetris rate, but looks like that kind of been negated since both players are on 62%. Another Tetris scored over there for Zin. Ferox, it looks like, 17-piece drought. Another eyepiece came, very fortunate, but definitely had to burn. You kind of wonder if Zin is also paying attention to Ferox's drought counter, with it being at a slower speed. the risk for, paying attention to some specific elements of your opponent's board might not be as great as it would be on 18 or 19. So
especially yep. Which I believe, Zin a little bit ahead in the Tetris rate right now, but obviously still, 71, 87 lines in. We're getting close to that level 16 transition, but a lot of scoring potential still to be had, especially if they take it deep into past level 19. Gonna have to see exactly who has that advantage going into level 19, as it's probably going to be quite influential in the aggressive play that we will see out of both. And Ferox looking to try and play aggressive now, but starting to make some pretty difficult overhangs and beautiful piece order there, though. Going to clean it up perfectly and back into scoring potential right before that level 16 transition is going to be arriving.
Yeah,
we see the Tetris there.
Transition 337, very respectful. Especially considering that level 15 is actually one of the levels with the worst scoring potential. And so it really rewards players that are able to play efficiently.
Oh, that's not a great piece sequence, though, but a fantastic find from Ferox. Able to dig down with very few skims. I think only going to end up being about 4 or 5. Oh, but it's still not the greatest. I think they tried... Was that the... I forget if that was the modern Tuck or if that was the one that wasn't supposed to happen.
Nice spin over there from Zin. Able to deal with that really rough piece sequence. And you see that Ferox was affected by it. And Zin... Oh, gonna hold out for another J or go for an S spin. Nice, able to hit it.
It's the spin.
And yeah,
so 331 up. From Zin. Yeah, only 6,000 points at the benchmark of that level 16 transition. But Ferox has had to do a lot of digging already on the level 18, and it still has a couple of holes in their stack. So this is not over for Zin. If they're able to keep that board in a fantastic condition, might be able to really put themselves in a favorable spot. 129 lines for Ferox. They're going to go into level 19, halfway up the board. Does get the eyepiece over. The well is open, but they're going to need a long bar relatively soon. Does get it in time, slams down that Tetris, and now they just need to worry about cleaning up that left side before it gets too dangerous.
Wow, and triple long bar over there for 10, and none of it could be used to help out the board. Nice, able to find ways to bring this down. Had a really tough level 17. A lot of pieces were uncooperative, but with that, just one more burn. The well is open. Tetris for Zin.
All right, and yeah, one more Tetris. Only 25,000 points between them, even after those pretty airtight skims. And that's going to be going into level 19 now for Zin, 41 to 42. Very tight game, but Zin has a little bit more scoring potential. However, a misrep on the left could cut that short.
Yeah, just unable to get... Oh, these S's are not ideal. Okay, those are perfect pieces, though. Players are separated by just over a triple. Now 2 triples following that from Ferox. And this is Zin's first time playing on level 19 in this tournament session today. So definitely not trying to really put himself in too many uncomfortable situations, especially considering that this is match point for Ferox.
Yeah, Ferox, though, able to stack a little bit higher, comfortable onto the later levels. Unfortunate misdrop on the left. They're able to get a long bar in time, but they're waiting, putting things in the middle. Almost cuts, but not quite. But now they have a bit of a tricky stack to deal with over on the left. Gets a bit of the pole vault there on, I believe that was the Z piece. And still managing to get through. And quite frankly, even though it's been a very aggressive build, Zin is doing a lot of skims, and you can see that Tetris rate is starting to plummet. And as a result, I mean, Ferox is just still being able to play aggressive, but hasn't topped out and is getting rewarded heavily so for all of their efforts.
Yeah, but Ferox is also 2 levels ahead and just barely over a Tetris in the lead. So if Zin is able to find one, or just simply Ferox is unable to kind of...
and Zin is Tetris ready and gets the long bar beautifully from Zin. But Ferox with the Tetris as well on level 26, able to retaliate and tell Zin, you gotta get another one if you're gonna try and get this win. And it looks like, yeah, because it's on that left side. Unfortunately, Zin needs that left side a little bit higher. Is not very comfortable with speed level 19. We're going to have to be settling back down. We get over back to the right well. A couple of eyepieces fantastically going to be placing those over on the left and giving themselves a lot of burn options to work with. Unfortunately, ill-timed eyepieces.
Great stack. There's another Tetris. Down by 3 Tetrises, and Ferox is about to hit level 29. Zin's play is phenomenally safe. And a little bit of a misdrop on the needs an eyepiece. Okay, there it is.
Gets the eyepiece. All right, but now you got to get it over to the left. Okay, and it gets there. And a double skim as well. Get that eyepiece over, and that's going to be a safe spot for Zin. Almost back down to an empty stack. I believe Ferox might have set that center wall Tetris just to get that extra little bit of scoring attack. But 667, we see 3 sevens in a row. Might be the lucky number that Ferox is looking for to solidify this. But Zin is no stranger to chase downs, as we have seen from score attack already.
2 more Tetrises is needed. Zin needs to get the long bar here. 12-piece drought. Oh, able to hit the Z-spin, stay alive. But...
oh no, it locks off on the left. It's going to be really hard. But Zin managed to get 2 L pieces over.
And it's not going to be enough.
Oh my
almost
goodness.
Had it.
And fighting tooth and nail, but yeah, that was, I think, within a Tetris. But Ferox manages to take it by surviving out all the way to level 29. And Ferox evens the overall set count 1-1. And it's going to score attack. See who's going to get that 3rd place.
Yeah, but from, that being the first time we've seen Zin play Zin, if, that could get refined. Zin could become a classic score attack player. It was really safe play, and it wasn't up until that Ferox kind of found his ground and started chaining Tetrises together that Zin found himself in trouble.
I will say though, I do know in the past, like with Zin and Shocky playing the kind of trifecta sets, that generally, although Zin, or Shocky kind of has that advantage in Classic, Zin was able to put up some pretty big scores as well in the past, and very happy to see, both Ferox and Zin have some very strong games for the 2nd in Classic score attack. But of course, Ferox needed that win desperately to even up the set counts, and was able to close it out with some very smart play towards the end. And again, it makes all the difference, and we're now going back to the modern format of score attack to see who will prevail. Zin taking the zone battle, Ferox taking the classic score attack, and only one more remains as our tiebreaker.
Yeah, and since both of these players are so strong, a score attack, Shin, do you think we could get a coin flip?
I see.
Don't mind if I do. Let me get this coin here. So, all right, we're gonna do rocket screen for Zin SS and Tetris title screen for Ferox. And just for the record, this coin has never been right, so that means it is right in prediction. And looks like we have a rocket screen here for Ferox, right?
Zin is the predicted winner, but ideally might. Well, I mean, the coin thinks that Zin is going to win, so that means that Austin's prediction is likely to be that Ferox will take it home.
Got it. All right.
So we shall see whether the coin is right for once, or whether the always wrong strategy will be the predominant one for the classic coin. As Zin and wait. Well, this is so I see we might not be in score attack at the moment. Give us a second. As we get that settled underway rather shortly, but at the very least we do have our predictions up. So in the event that predictions are running in chat, you can either go with the coin or go with Mr. Austin Enhanced Beastin Shen, goes by the man of many names. And we'll have to see which one tends to have that better payout ratio and who is feeling themselves a little bit more between Zin SS and Ferox.
Yeah, so go ahead. Use your predictions if you're watching here on your points if you're watching here on Twitch. Use them.
I don't know. It's like I don't want to go with the coin is always wrong, but like I feel like what if it is? Like that I want that to be the case, but I'm terrified that it is.
Maybe it's just particularly Shin's coin that's always wrong. So then if you get the
perhaps
coin, it might be a different situation for you.
Yeah, so you at home as well can make those predictions with every single match of trifecta format and just make that call for yourself. Get those channel points farmed up and a lot of these extra little stream awards that we do have.
Someone said the coin is actually a modern monkey's paw.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think in my mind I was thinking about it more like the 8-ball, but no, that works too. Mm-hmm. So I feel like growing up as well, it was always the idea of like, oh yeah, the magic 8-ball, and everyone's like, yeah, it never works. And I was like, well, I mean, what if it just like never works? Because then it always works, you know? I mean, no one ever told me that growing up. I had to kind of figure that out. I was like, man, I really should have kept that 8-ball. Well, I guess while we're at it as well, keep pushing the AppMex coin. We will be plugging them as well as we do switch between classic score attack and score attack. So again, AppMex investments, you can hold a lot of very quality metal objects and things such as coins and other iconic Tetris merchandise. And if you're feeling a little bit extravagant, looking for some of those individual Tetraminos in whatever alloy you're looking for, those are also available as well, tend to catch my fancy. And so if you're looking for anything to kind of have as a nice little bits for your room, I mean, maybe something on the nightstand, or if you want to have it potentially in the background camera of your casters, if you keep getting called out for being in a pseudo prison, maybe it might be a good thing. However, we're still working on those things, and it looks like in the meantime we have made our way over to score attack, so we are going to be starting with that speed level 20 Zin versus Ferox. Winner takes all in a 1st to 2 of score attack.
Ooh, nice little Iceman over there for Zin.
And we can already see Ferox off to the races, going to be trying to play off to that ST stacking as much as they possibly can, and see if that speed pressure will prevent Zin from having that extra play towards the end of the game. And it looks like Zin now noticing that, as a result, is going to try to play a little bit faster. But it's going to be interesting to see if Zin's able to keep up the clean stacking as much as Ferox is, or if one of them is going to crack and break that back-to-back a couple more times than necessary.
Yeah, it definitely felt like at the beginning Zin was really taking time, because the solve that he went for in order to get the ST stacked up, it wasn't really obvious. It took a lot of time trying to find the right pieces. But then now that he's in familiar territory, just feels like he can match Ferox's speed, because we definitely see that time pressure can have a factor in how some of these players are able to play when we get to that level 27, level 28 mark.
Ooh, all right, and a little bit of a dependency though on the left side of the stack. Oh my goodness, Zin just barely gets through to it. Okay, the stack's looking alright, but I think has to sacrifice a bit of the Z, and we can see Zin stalling a little bit. Obviously, Ferox is still trying to get through just as fast as they possibly can, but also having a little bit of difficulty, because, you know, speed is definitely a very difficult thing to manage when perfect stacking of ST is often required to throw up many of these 2+ million scores. Need to go through. Zin is getting a little bit higher up. I believe, was that? No, I think that was still T-Spin. Yeah, still keeping it clean going down. And, okay, a little odd piece sequence there. However, it's going to rely on probably having that S at the bottom of the stack. However, needs another I piece. It's a little ill-timed, but still having a great transition over to using a bit of hamburger stacking in the middle of the ST to keep things clean, keep that back-to-back multiplier, and make sure that Ferox is not going to be getting any kind of an advantage state. And in fact, Zin now is the one actually outspeeding Ferox, and we can see Ferox has changed a little bit of pace, because although they have a bit of that score advantage, they know that it's going to be influential the more they can keep it in their wheelhouse. And unfortunately, having one Mino at the very bottom might make going for those Tetrises a little bit harder. At the very least, able to get that eyepiece down, so the next eyepiece could score a Tetris if they're able to build through to it. Zin at 1.38, once again at 100 lines. Ferox swiftly approaching, but I believe might have that pace advantage. And so if Zin is not able to... Oh no, Ferox with the misdrop! Yeah, 1.39, just barely ahead, but a beautiful fix from Ferox, still keeping this back-to-back going, as well as the Tetris, and the fantastic last-second adjustments that they're able to make, and beautiful fixes, and Ferox continues to have that advantage. Just very slim in pace, but again, against a player like Xin, who's able to continue playing well past level 28 and beyond, you're gonna want as much of an advantage as you possibly can. You see the T-spin double R-rate. Okay. Wow, I just realized Xin as well is playing really aggressive a little bit, setting up many of those T-spin double overhangs pretty early. However, that does give them a lot of time to move pieces over to the left and right, even at max drop speed, and just wait and see what the best opportunity to get these T-spin overhangs and props are, depending on those P sequences, because some of them can be quite punishing. All the way at the top for Xin. Thankfully for them, doesn't misdrop, but unfortunately is going to have to break a little bit early to avoid a top out. And if Ferox is able to continue building clean, this could be the opportunity that Ferox has been looking for this entire game.
Yeah, this one has been really interesting in seeing how both players are able to kind of navigate through, because Xin.
Yeah, and only level 20. Okay, so yeah, speed level 26. Xin still is going to probably be able to fix this, but we can see that score is starting to slip away. And Ferox, even though being behind in the line count, Xin is still at a deficit. So Xin is going to need to rely on their faster play and getting T-spins at breakneck speeds to try and close this out. Ferox, still on these slower speeds, is going to want to try and maximize out on this efficiency as much as they possibly can. But a Tetris will push them into speed level 27. Another Tetris. I think they're just going to go for the Tetrises a little bit safer than those T-spins, but not necessarily as rewarding. We see level 28 come out, but Ferox is still playing. Misdrops the T-spin, but has another one coming up, and they're able to get that T-spin double. Literally neck and neck, 325 points separate the two, and I think Ferox is now just going to shift to starting to burn. However, Xin, level 31, still finding ways to skim down. Ferox gets a Tetris, but is still down behind in points. A couple more skims here and there. Ferox with a couple more misdrops. Topping out 2.565. Ferox needs to skim through 10,000 points. Can they do it? It's 4, and there it is.
Oh, that was enough! That was enough!
And by 1,000 points, 2 pieces away from a top out, and Ferox takes the win with 2.566. And that is all. That's all the lead that Ferox needed. The extra efficient play that they were able to maintain, even though they went for Tetrises, which is quite a bit of a risky proposition for them to make, ended up being all the difference, as they were the perfect amount of skims needed to make sure to keep that win. And now Xin on the ropes. Ferox only needs to win one of the next 2, and Xin is under the pressure now to make sure that they can pull both of these wins out.
That was ridiculous. And, you know, maybe if Xin had just a little bit better of a board going into those later levels, because things started to really fall apart on level 28, might have been able to get more success. It's definitely start to see misdrops cascade on top of each other on 29. And although the downstack effort was there, it just wasn't enough, and not enough to secure a high enough point differential in order for Xin to come out on top of that.
I mean, it's wild to see that, like, Xin as well also had like a fantastic survivability, but both players really pushing themselves to their limits. And, you know, it was unfortunate for us that we at least got to kind of see it at the same time happen, because that just made that tense moment of, like, you know, Xin has the lead, now Ferox has the lead. Finally, just a very tiny chase down, but Ferox has already spent so much time trying to build these things up. And of course, when all seemed dire, Ferox just barely got enough points in. And of course, in a first of 2, 1 win is half the battle, and is a very comfortable spot to be in, since you do now have a little bit of a buffer. If Ferox needs to try and play a little bit more aggressive, they have a game to give if they do wish to try and solidify a win for the 2-0.
Yeah, and looks like a rough piece sequence must have been encountered, as both players were forced to break. Especially in Zin's case, it'll be a little bit difficult to try and get back into a ST stack from this. At least in an efficient manner. It's definitely possible, but to have it done efficiently, it's definitely going to be difficult.
I think Ferox definitely able to clean that up a little bit better that time. Just looking for ways to get through. There's still a little bit of cheese towards the bottom. Xin, I think, in the favor of just clearing out that stack as much as they possibly can early, and then try to deal with the conditions of the stack a little bit later. All right, and a little bit of an odd decision for continuing. Wait, no, that's perfect, because now that's just the Tetris for Xin, and immediately back to the ST stack with 0 garbage. A very clever fix from Xin, and actually to help clean up that stack, getting a T-spin none, having to burn that T over on the left, getting a couple extra points, even though that T does not go to a T-spin double, to make sure to keep that as efficient as they possibly can. Here we go, 70 lines now for Ferox. Zin's starting to kind of approach up on it a little bit, but I think still behind in pace by about 60,000 points, if not more. It's going to be around 3 T-spin doubles, I believe, at this speed. But Ferox still keeping things clean, not giving Xin a chance to bring this back. There we go, the Tetris on back-to-back. Beautiful counting from Ferox to make sure that they can get this through. It's in as well. Now, after that little bit of a subpar sequence earlier on, both players seem to have gotten into the ST rhythm. All right, a little bit of scary rotations for Xin, able to get that eyepiece over, keep that stack clean. Because when you've got Ferox again over on the other side, who is able to throw up a 2.5 score again and again, you're going to need every advantage you can get to keep this stack clean and keep this back-to-back going. Oh, no! Oh, but a T-spin none, and having to do another one as well, just not getting the best cleanup solutions over on that left side. At the very least, a Tetris will help potentially get back-to-back started if they're able to keep through the efficiency. We can see a 1.35 from Ferox at 100 lines. Oh, okay, a little bit of a scary build for Ferox. Not entirely sure if that might have been a misdrop, but 1.2 at a little over 100 lines from Xin. Okay, it's a bit... Yeah, I definitely think Xin's going to have a little bit of the uphill battle currently. However, given the pace that these matches have been going, if Ferox gets into another bad P sequence, it could be the opening that Xin is looking for to try and get themselves back into it. But I'd say at this moment, I think Ferox might be able to close it out if this lead is big enough and they're able to continue through with 0 drops of the ST.
Yeah, but of course, we never know with those later levels, especially, I mean, even Ferox has shown just the ability to play pretty well post 29.
All right, there in the Tetris from Xin. Still a 350 point difference, but about 10 lines, so technically pace could be about even, unless Xin is going to need to go for some Tetrises. Fortunate misdrop there, so that's a hole in the stack that Ferox is going to have to deal with. Not entirely sure what their strategy will be for it.
That's definitely ideal for Xin.
Oh, actually, it looks like they're just going to build on top of it. Just consider it a row of garbage, move on, and keep on the clean stacking. Ooh, carefully rotating that Z piece over, making sure not to have too bad. Oh, no, they have to put that O piece over to the side. Otherwise, that would result in a top back. And because Ferox is going to have to start breaking that back-to-back, although the point increase is starting to grow, it's a little bit more due to the level count rather than the efficiency. Oh, boy, and Ferox trying to get a clever solve over on the left, but I don't think it's going to really work out. Speed level 27, a lot of holes in the stack, and Ferox is likely going to have to start skimming through this. It's in currently level 27, but again is able to play efficiently even at these breakneck speeds. Meanwhile, Ferox going to try and get as many Tetrises and things as they possibly can at this level to try and get the most points out of being a consistent build as well before they have to start going through some crazy skims. You see 2.353 still trying to go up and get some more skims. We see the level 28 from Xin. There's a T-spin as well for Xin on level 28, but we are getting very high up, and that's running out of room. 200k to go, but Ferox is still playing on level 30. There's a level 31 from Ferox. We're about to see a level 31 as well from Zin. Oh my goodness, Ferox is still getting these skims. We could see a level 32. Oh my goodness, there's just barely, there's one more skim. There's the level 32, 211 lines with 146,000. Zin is trying frantically, can't go for T-spins reliably at this speed.
Oh,
and the
no.
eyepiece cuts. And that is a 2-0 for Ferox. Almost identical in the per line average, but just that little bit more. And Ferox actually getting a little bit more lines for their buck. And that is going to be Ferox as your third place player for the TECWC this year in 2023. Good stuff to them, but of course still a fantastically strong showing from Zin, able to make it to top 4 before falling to the world's best.
Yeah, what a truly insane game that was, and it just really, well, not just Zen, but Ferox, they had to deal with some really tough sequences that made maintaining that ST just really difficult. And at the end of the day, Ferox just being just a little bit more efficient in the beginning really kind of carried through all the way.
And I think that another interesting facet as well about Ferox's play is usually at speed level 28, 29, when Zin is going for a lot of these kind of like airtight extensions to try and get as many points as possible right at the end, Zin will be looking for those T-spin doubles over and over, and sometimes they'll get, they'll get those points and get, like a 500,000 extra bonus out of nowhere. But a lot of times it's an extremely risky strategy where it's not going to pay off. And so Ferox's strategy around it was at level 28, 29, just building for Tetrises, because even though it's not going to get very many points, it's by far more efficient than skimming your singles and doubles, and it also has the chance to keep back-to-back if you're able to get through it in time. And that extra little bit of efficiency that Ferox won, again, like 100, 300 points, I think, or what was it, like 1,000, I think was the actual difference between game one. I mean, literally every optimization that Ferox did was essential in making sure to beat Zin's score in game one and solidify their set 2-0. And again, fantastic stuff to both, but Ferox is going to be the one coming out on top.
Wow. But that does mean that it is going to be soon time for our finals between Shocky, the defending champ, versus this year's okay.
Versus,
sorry about that.
it's all good. We heard Shocky, and then
yeah. Well, anyways, Shocky defending champ versus Araki the challenger. Can Shocky be the two-time TECWC champ, or will Araki defeat Shocky? It's definitely in the cards, especially in regards to score attack, which score attack is going to be very pivotal in this match.
Yeah, I'm a little curious to see where exactly the defining game will be between Super Shocky and Araki. Obviously, you need 2 wins to take it home. I definitely think Araki has the play to make this happen in zone battle. I believe Shocky might have that advantage in score attack, but I don't think the upset is impossible for Araki. And of course, in Classic, I think the similar can be stated. So I think it's kind of like in the, I don't know, a little bit of a similar matchup, I think, between Zin and Ferox, if I were to say, where I feel like Super Shocky is the Ferox, kind of having a little edge, but not the strongest differentiation between Classic and score attack, but having that in 2 game modes, where Araki is the Zin in this matchup, just almost always going to be getting those wins in zone battle, but needs to find a way to get a win in either Classic or score attack if they want to pull this set through. And that's going to be the play for Araki. Where is that win going to come from? Because obviously both are going to be pretty uphill battles, but if Araki can find only one of them, that zone battle prowess should carry them through for a second game mode and could potentially crown them as the next TECWC champion. Of course, going through, I believe, for our next bit here, I think we're going to plug in some Hyperkin products as well before we get into our finals, give a little bit more rest to our players. So, of course, if you're looking for some more Tetris Effect merchandise to upgrade your game, look no further than Hyperkin, having, their own controllers, stuff for your Apple Watch, and if you need a Switch carrying case, which I'm going to be honest, I kind of need a Switch carrying case, they've definitely got you covered to sport your love for TEC and all things Tetris related. Of course, we can't forget all the lovely products that they've been doing. And in fact, looking a little bit at some of the performance from Tetris Effect Connected when testing those beautiful, beautiful controllers of theirs as well. Of course, I don't know if we'll be getting those on stream, but I think I did this last time I was here with the zone battle things. If you have like a favorite idea, which I think actually with the watches as well, type 1, 2, or 3 in chat if you have a preferred pattern with the watch, because I think the controllers kind of mirror that as well. And I'm curious to get your guys' input just to see what is the more popular version we can go with here, because I think personally looking at these, I might be a little bit of a sucker for design number 3, or I guess in controllers design number 1. But I don't know. Again, a little bit off, but oh Jesus, it's gonna be confusing to read in chat. Oh no. But of course,
personally, I like the blocks on the black. I really, at least for the controller. Now for like a watch band, if a smartwatch, I think so. I wouldn't be like universal on both of them. So controller, I definitely like the black with a multicolored Tetris blocks, but the watch band definitely Goodness
gotcha. That's a good. That happens. Yeah, and of course, of course, we'll go back to the controllers as well. And of course, if any of these products are catching your fancy, go head over to hyperkinstore.com and be sure to check out some of their wonderful Tetris merchandise as well. And I believe if you really like these controllers so much that you can't pick, I believe there's actually a collector's edition that gives you some more cool items as well, and you get all 3 controllers for a discounted price. So if you can't choose, or you're just looking to get 3 controllers for yourself and 2 friends, maybe you have a friend that plays a classic score attack, friend that plays zone battle, and you're the score attack guru with the group. Each of you guys get your own controller, you get to play it out and have a good time. So of course, wonderful products, and thanks again to Hyperkin for their efforts. Of course, we can't forget the 5-year anniversary of Tetris Effect, the game that has started the zone battle craze for so many of you guys as well that are watching today. Just a fantastic game, and wonderful developers at Enhance for producing this product and continuing to support the community as well with their efforts. Not only including TECWC, but a lot of other events that they have cooking behind the scenes, and some that we don't always get to see. But a lot of support that Enhance gives to this community, and to be able to thrive like this. So big shout outs to them. And I believe there's also a little bit of extra stuff as well with this potentially. Before we get into our finals match, so I don't know if
I'll dial in here.
All right, Chen, you're gonna go for it.
We have a video from TTC, the Tetris company, for I believe the 5-year anniversary and TECWC. So let's take a look.
Hi, I'm Hank Rogers. I went to the Soviet Union in 1989 to get the Tetris rights for Game Boy. It was there that I met Alexei Pajitnov, the creator of Tetris. We have been working together to keep Tetris alive all these years. Congratulations to the Enhance team for creating one of the best versions of Tetris ever. We are now celebrating its 5th year since launch. Thank you to all the Tetris players who participated in the Tetris Effect Connected World Championships so far, and good luck to the finalists competing in the grand finale today. I wish I could be there to personally congratulate the champion. I will be there in spirit. Let the Tetris finals begin. May the best player rise to the top. Game on!
All right.
And of course, shout outs to everyone at TTC for helping Enhance put together this wonderful set. And of course, here we go on to the TECWC finals for 2023 of the reigning champion Super Shocky versus the rising upcomer and zone battle guru Araki, hailing from Japan. Going to be a fantastic, exciting set to watch, and I cannot wait. Sharky, I hope you're as excited as I am for this set, because it's going to be one hype battle between these two.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely excited, and I'm really waiting or looking forward to the score attack, because that's going to be, I think, the pivotal. If Shocky doesn't win Shocky has to win score attack, and Rocky score attack is most likely Rocky's best chance. Shocky does have such an advantage in classic score attack. Although we have seen that Araki can throw down. It's all in all, it's going to be very interesting, and I think score attack is going to be that game that decides who's going to become the champion.
Of course, funny thing to note as well, I believe both players are actually playing this on Switch, which a lot of players especially usually don't see as the strongest platform to play on. But both, of course, in the Trifecta tournament, we're seeing a real domination of the Switch players. Both Super Shocky, making a lot of work, and I'm gonna be honest, some of them will play in like the tabletop mode. I don't understand how that's possible, because I feel like it's like I'm used to like sitting right in front of my monitor and having like a giant screen to look at this game at, because I love this game. But like the ability to just be so precise with the inputs and getting as much information as possible in that kind of a format is just so wild to me, that this is how these players have chosen to optimize it. This is their strongest format. But of course, they're bringing the strongest weapons they possibly can to the battlefield, and it is going to be a clash of the ages between these two.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think definitely being able to play on the Switch. I don't own one, but I played 3 games of Tetris 99 on my friend's Switch, and being able to master just the unique controller, such a
Hold on.
Oh
wait, I think Shen's trying to tell us something. Shen, you're
wait,
muted.
what was the result of the coin flip?
So we are about to do. Oh wait, what was the result?
Yeah, what happened last game?
I think the coin flip was
last game. It predicted Zin, but it was wrong because Ferox won.
Oh my god!
So the coin has always been wrong.
We'll have to double check on that, but you might be right that we have 100% or 0%, however
Wrong.
you want to look at it. Success rate.
wrong.
Okay, so
All right. Well, this is okay. I can imagine Araki and Super Shocky watching this with like the utmost fear in their hearts over this coin.
all right, so let's do this. So we'll do it Rocky for heads here, and Super Shocky as a rocket screen here for tails. All right.
Okay, let's see.
All right, let's see it.
Shit. Here we go. Araki.
All right, and the coin predicts Araki, but has always been wrong. So, we'll see if Araki can overcome the unfortunate luck of the coin flips, or if Super Shocky's reign will continue for yet another year. Oh man, I love that. I love how this coin is able to carry this bit all the way into the finals. It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's the true display of consistency. We talk about consistency. No one can have as much consistency as this coin right now.
This coin is more consistent than 95% of classic score attack players and score attack players alike. Oh man, if you're looking for consistency, look no further, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly why you should get the coin, because it can be consistent for you in some other aspect of your life.
Of course, if you're having a question, how is this exam going to go for me tomorrow? Just, wait until the coin flips and say, oh, well, it predicted that I would fail, so I must surely succeed. And then get that good night's rest and ace the test the next morning, and you're all set to go.
And, ooh, interesting. We're starting off with classics, which means zone battle second, and the decider would be score attack.
Yeah, so I believe in this case, it would be, like, I don't want to say it's not possible, but I do think, given their performances at Square One, that it would be very unlikely for Araki to drop potentially even a single game to Super Shocky unless they're having a pretty bad day. Super Shocky, though, looking to try and set the lead early with classic score attack. But again, if Araki manages to pull up some really impressive games, and, maybe even a, large 700, 800k score early on, and Shocky's not playing aggressive enough, I mean, that could very easily turn sour for Shocky, and you don't want to be in a position where you have to pull an upset in zone battle to keep your tournament life alive.
Yeah, but it looks like we're going to be jumping into things. And I expect level 18 starts. We may see a level 15 from Araki. It's definitely been a strategy that some players have used just to have more time for decisions.
And it looks like a relatively, again, slow start. Neither player getting those push down points, but there's no need to, realistically, from the level 18 start. And now it's just going to be the battle of attrition. Who is going to come out on top after CSA? Because it is going to be an extremely strong factor in deciding how the rest of this match will play out.
Yes, this is almost basically for Shocky to repeat as a championship. This is part of his win condition. He has to win Classic Score Attack. Because after seeing what Araki did today, I'm not necessarily instilled with confidence of Shocky being able to compete with that zone battle.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think I've actually able to present these findings before, but I actually went through and documented all of the zones from Square One recently. Or not recently, but back when it happens. And I think behind Akashi Robo, I believe Araki was like the second most consistent strong zoner of the entire tournament. And you don't want to be trying to force an upset in a game mode like Zone Battle when Araki is the one that's staring it down. So a lot of pressure onto Shocky in order to get these 2 wins, but obviously a subtle advantage if I were to guess over, or that Super Shocky has over Araki. And Araki is going to be having to try and play a little bit aggressively or potentially greedy to try and keep this pressure up onto Shocky to keep playing aggressive and potentially have an early top out if it does so happen.
Yeah, but what is happening right now is that Araki is actually in the lead. Shocky had ran into a little bit of trouble with a early sequence, double Z's, and didn't really have a spot to place them. So Araki was able to capitalize, setting up some really unique overhangs. And that has kind of led to the situation now where Shocky's trailing by anywhere from 1 to 2 Tetrises.
Looks to be going out. All right, a little bit of burns for Araki, but still keeping a fantastic Tetris rate, 72%. Running into a little drop, but there's the eyepiece and going to be slamming down yet another Tetris. And it looks like Shocky, though, not letting Araki claw away with the lead just yet, keeping up as well with the pace and making sure that, not going to be... Wow. Oh my goodness, and so many eyepieces. But it looks like Araki going to be playing fantastically around these skims, making sure to keep that stack manageable. And, okay, actually going to set up that delayed burn as well. Oh, wow, and it works out perfectly with the eyepiece as well. And at 62,000 points, I think just a little bit, I think might just be a 1 Tetris or so lead for Super Shocky. Yeah, basically. Okay.
Yeah, here on level 18, Tetrises are worth 22,800 points. And each level that increases by 1,200. So definitely being able to get a lot of your points in the later levels does prove to be quite beneficial. But of course, you don't want to fall too far behind, especially when you have players that are capable of playing 19 and stringing together multiple Tetrises.
No doubt about that. And of course, 70 and 69% Tetris's rate. Now that's 68. I mean, I believe this is, if I'm not correct, or if I'm, not correct, let me know. But I believe if they're able to keep up this efficiency, it shouldn't be terribly difficult to potentially see a max out for the first time in a TECWC finals match.
Yeah, that is in fact correct. Max out, you're looking for roughly around 60% Tetris rate. And the way these players are playing, if they were to maintain this on into level 19 and beyond, it definitely is possible. And with how Araki has been playing this game, I can see it happening. It's not something that is out of question. Araki ran into a pretty decent slowdown. Shocky is able to build up a 60,000 point lead as we are less than 40 lines away from the level 19 transition. And that's when things are going to get faster. You can arguably say that that's when things get real.
At about 100 lines for both players. Araki's pace has fallen behind a little bit as a result of the dig, but Shocky has been keeping it incredibly clean, still around that 70% Tetris rate, which is going to make maxing out going to be a little bit easier, and Araki might have to rely on some aggressive play beyond level 19, which I don't know if we've really seen Araki go for yet, but again, is still a scary situation. Even if you're more comfortable with 19 speed, you don't really want to force yourself to have to play efficient there, because one bad drought on 18, You might fall into a bad sequence, but it's a little easier to get out of than a bad drought on level 19.
Definitely. Shocky just shy of being Tetris ready. 15 lines or 14 in the case of Araki remain until 18. Still roughly a 2.5 Tetris lead for Shocky.
And very nice tuck as well for Araki, keeping that Tetris ready state. And I think, yeah, just within 2 Tetrises, though, however, a couple of skims from Araki might start to let Shocky kind of slowly but surely pull things away. We're going to have to see. Oh, but a beautiful adjustment, getting Tetris ready, and there's the level 19 we see. As Araki might actually... Okay, no, just going to be digging down, though, on that side. For a second, I thought they were just going to be going for a left well Tetris, and I got very concerned.
Yeah, left well, because of the way that classic Tetris is, the game naturally misses the right, which is why you see players go dominant Tetrises. And so then, if a player decides to go for left well, they potentially could have issues getting the eyepiece over, depending on how high their stack. Definitely, both stacks are elevated a bit right now.
Oh, hangs the T-piece, unfortunately, for Araki, but...
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Both players able to find a long bar. It was a 30-piece drought, and that's definitely one of the scariest things to encounter is a drought early in the level 19 transition, especially when you're getting acclimated to the speeds. But as of right now, Shocky does have almost a 60,000 point lead. Araki potentially getting set up for the center well. No, just going to take the triple, respecting level 19 speed. And so is Shocky. Kind of playing a little bit of a game of chicken, he's like, all right, you score the first Tetris. No, you.
Oh, wow, the perfect lead from Araki and just restarting that board at 166 lines. Still behind by roughly 2, maybe 3 Tetrises. It's a little scary, though, on the left. That's a pretty bad misdrop, and unfortunately, more pieces are going to cut over on that left side. Airtight skims are going to be possible, but still, you don't want to have to rely on that. A couple of pieces are skimming, and Araki succeeds. Is not going to be able to get pieces over to the left in time. And Super Shocky is going to solidify the first classic game. The little bit of an edge in that Tetris rate, but able to survive with a little bit more aggressive play as well beyond level 19. And I think we're going to see, yeah, a little bit of a slower speed, though, for Araki, as they do expect to be able to play a little bit more efficiency than Shocky on the 15 start and get a little bit more bang for their buck here.
Yeah, but the crazy thing about that is, all things considered, Araki played level 18 pretty efficiently. Talking about almost a 500k transition, only ran into a little bit of trouble towards the middle game, and Shocky was able to pull away, but Shocky didn't pull away by much. We're only talking about a 2.5 Tetris differential. So that is very impressive from Araki, and definitely didn't make things easy on Shocky. Shocky could not rest at all.
And a couple of good, perfectly timed long bars for both Araki and Shocky. Maintaining a relatively even pace. I don't see anyone doing the push down points here, as we did see previously on the level 15 start. So, interestingly enough, going to be a relatively even pace between the two. Of course, more Tetrises to be slammed down.
Rough. Shocky kind of being forced to do a little bit more burning. Unideal Z-piece hit the stack, and is now eyepiece dependent here in the center.
It's going to be, again, yeah,
or double L, my bad.
Nothing too much to worry about, and again, a good placement there, leaving that overhang potentially for Araki. Not able to get Tetris ready yet, unfortunately. Ooh, it gets the tuck, but unfortunately another eyepiece comes in time. Last second hesitation, and I think might have been a misdrop. Oh, had the perfect skim piece, but didn't have it open in time. It's getting a little bit high up, using that O to get some pressure off and a couple skims to get right back into it. However, actually, yeah, Shocky as well with those early skims. Not going to be able to capitalize too much on Araki's skimming. And now almost a relatively even game. About a Tetris separates them both. And Araki with a misdrop, and I believe that's now an eyepiece dependency over in column 3, that it looks like they acknowledge that they're just going to keep building over that garbage if they need to. And actually, oh my goodness, and that's going to be getting a Tetris in the midst of a down stack and help keep that garbage clean. just in the nick of time.
Shocky misses a spin. You can kind of see the facial reaction. And that's something that can happen when you're on a slower Ferox, is that you can have your timings messed up slightly. All it takes is for your games to be off by a few frames, and you miss a spin that is continuing to cause Shocky some suffering because he hasn't been able to score Tetris since before that spin. And that was actually
in this drought, okay. Finally, Shocky gets to it, but unfortunately it's used as a dig. Araki, in the meantime, able to score that Tetris and is starting to pull away a little bit in Tetris rate. You see 38 to 62, and there's another Tetris there for Araki, only going to need one skim. An O-piece would set them up as Tetris ready, but they're going to use the L and J combo, or I believe that might have been just the L and L, in order to get that through. And again, very few skims, but able to keep this board relatively clean and flat, making sure that it's not too flat to accommodate no jagged pieces at all, but still a fantastic job of always maintaining that Tetris readiness, and every eyepiece that comes their way, slamming it down for the Tetris.
I like that overhang over there from Araki. Many different ways to solve it. Spin, tuck. T-piece comes for the tuck, the most efficient option. And just like that, Araki's going to maintain over a 70,000 point lead. And of course, once we get later in the game, Tetrises are going to be worth more, so that's going to be anywhere from 2 to 3 Tetris difference. But that also forces Shocky, if he's unable to recuperate some of this deficit, it's going to force Shocky to have to play a little bit more aggressive on level 15, which might be the kind of change of pace that Araki needs in order to bring us to a decider here.
I mean, Araki's already at 287 with the 70% Tetris rate from level 15. Obviously, I know the maxed out pace is going to be a little bit staggered as a result of this lower speed, but still maintaining an incredible amount of aggressiveness, where Shocky is, not only down in pace, but also in lines, and is going to need a little bit more to really start to claw through this back, and might have to rely on that level 19 speed. But again, you never want to have to rely on level 19 speed if you don't have to. But a couple of these dependencies for Shocky, you're going to have to rely on some P sequences, and it just doesn't seem to be working out the best for them. No place for an O, and we get 2 O pieces in a row for Shocky, but Araki's build is very clean and very accommodable, and just waiting through for that I piece and able to score yet another Tetris. And this lead is nearly 100,000 in Araki's favor over Super Shocky.
Yeah, 100,000 on a level 15 start is massive, considering that Tetrises are significantly less.
Okay, and only 2 skims needed, 97. Next one would push it through to speed level 16. I think that's what Araki's looking for. Trying to see if they can maximize that score, and there we go, Tetrising into speed level 16. Gets immediately set up for Tetris ready, and 386 with 30 lines to go before the level 19 transition in a fantastic spot. The 75% Tetris rate working well for them, as we see 315 from Super Shocky on their own level 16 transition.
Yeah, so far it looks like that the decision to pick level 15 has boded very well for Araki.
I mean, I would not expect such a striking difference in terms of efficiency between level 15 and level 18, but Araki has definitely seemed to find a stride a little bit more comfortable at this speed. We're getting a little bit higher up, still waiting on that eyepiece. Not really able to score right away, but doing a fantastic job of keeping that board manageable. And there we go, getting another Tetris. We're about to see a 500k going into level 19. Araki's able to get another Tetris, and there we go, we see it, 499, and still has some scoring potential to do before the transition, but is set up for a tuck currently, looking for that T-piece. It's not really coming, there's just going to get that spin, there's the skim, and there's the level 19 transition, 524 from Araki. And it looks like Super Shocky has caught up, but 454 is down by 70,000 points, and is going to need a little bit more aggressive playstyle if they're going to want to continue through. Meanwhile, Araki can afford to play it safe if they need to in order to ensure their survival all the way to level 29.
Yeah, Shocky has been able to close the gap by around a Tetris or so. And like I said, maintaining that kind of same lead throughout Araki 15, that allows Araki to have a 1 to 2 Tetris cushion, but Shocky is scoring Tetris forced to burn.
Yeah, again, yeah, you can see like, oh wait, Araki might be able to get Tetris ready. Oh, text a burn. Okay, Tetris ready, but the drought counter is still going up. 19, there's the long bar, and Araki gets the Tetris on level 21, but Super Shocky retaliates immediately and is bringing it down to within a Tetris, 23,000 points. So Araki knows that they have to play aggressive, but I don't think they're going to be as comfortable with it as Shocky is, so Shocky could likely start to pull away. See a couple more skims here. Araki does not want to have to play too high up over on that right side if they don't have to. See, trying to help fill things out, but just not a lot of pieces to get to that Tetris readiness. They're going to settle for a clean board, and the score is nearly even as Shocky has a little bit of cheese to clean up over on their own left side. Araki is Tetris ready. The drought is still going up. Beautiful skim in order to keep it ready, but where is this long bar coming? 21 pieces in... Okay, where is it? Finally, there's the Tetris, but there is a misdrop on Araki's board, and now they're going to be in a very hard situation. However, they do get the eyepiece over to the left in time. And I think for the first time, we've really started to see Araki starting to play extremely aggressive over past level 19. And Super Shocky having a bit to clean through, Araki could very legitimately start to pull away with this set. Oh no! Dire need of an eyepiece. We're 26, 27. Finally, another chance bailed out by a second eyepiece. Able to get some pieces over to the left in time. But these skims are going to be pretty difficult. Oh no, hangs a long bar, but gets over to the left in time. And now the right side of the stack is looking problematic. Araki just keeps having these terrible situations to try and fix, but managing to do so with these airtight adjustments. Shocky very high up on the board, and I believe there's a misdrop. And unless Shocky's able to get pieces over to the left, and no, they're not. A 7-16 from Araki, and they are going to take game 2 of Classic, and there is now a lot of pressure onto Super Shocky. The 15 start pays off for Araki, but Super Shocky able to bring it back to 18, and is going to have to try and rely on their 18 play and prowess in order to take this versus Araki, because Araki knows how to play in that advantage state.
What a game that was from Araki. Hopefully the mic issues are fixed now. Of course, you can confirm that.
I mean, I hear you loud and clear. Loud and clear.
But, man, just really Araki was able to maintain just such a strong advantage, and Shocky was unable to really kind of wiggle in, close the gap significantly, you know, only a Tetris behind us. But then the misdrops, especially for both players on level 25, just continue to grow. And that massive lead that Araki was able to build up all the way back on level 15 ended up making quite the substantial difference.
We're even seeing it a little bit right now. Obviously, still very early on, so these Tetris rates are going to go up and down as they see fit. But Araki, I believe, is already starting off to a very efficient build. Fortunately, not going to be able to get a Tetris just yet, but still some very clever skim options to try and maintain that Tetris readiness. All right, and finally gets back to it after a couple of eyepieces. But in the meantime, I believe Super Shocky is starting to slowly crawl back with a bit of a higher Tetris rate. And Araki still needs to keep up that aggression. Obviously, was able to do so well on level 15, but, you know, just barely was able to get through with the extra pressure from Super Shocky. Oh, another misdrop might make things a little bit more troublesome for Araki. Not sure how they're going to want to try and clear down through this. Is it kind of just stacking on top of it at the moment and looking for skim options in the moments. Actually, is working out rather well for Araki. However, oh my goodness, what was that? The S burst, I think? Just not the greatest solution, but definitely a very nice burn for Araki. However, Shocky, on the other hand, starting to end up getting into a cleaner stack. Able to use those pieces a little bit better to prepare for the long bars. And is going to be bringing this likely to within a Tetris. There's the Tetris from Super Shocky, but we are almost clean on Araki's board. Unfortunate misdrop there. Able to get a little bit of a mini tuck, trying to keep things in a manageable state. But unfortunately now, Araki doing even more digging, and Shocky is going to keep on this aggression and keep up this fantastic pace. Araki now is going to be on the back foot as we are approaching the halfway point of our level 18 duration. Still seems to be going through. All right, Araki finally manages to open that well, but still not Tetris ready as the eyepiece comes a little prematurely. However, it looks like on Super Shocky's side, there was a bit of a drought. Not sure entirely who was ahead, but I think Araki might have already gotten through there. All right, and it looks like at this point, I think we're about 2.5 Tetrises in Super Shocky's favor. They're about identical in lines. More skims, unfortunately, needed as there's another misdrop for Araki. However, a fantastic skim, or tuck, sorry, in order to clean things up. But more skimming options that Araki continues to go for, playing the safe route, which does seem to be working out a little bit. However, Shocky, if they're able to play aggressive enough, you can see this lead is climbing right now, as Araki's Tetris rate has plummeted to 35% and a 94,000 point lead. I know Araki is able to play aggressive on level 19, but you don't want to have to make that big of a comeback. And especially when you've already gotten one classic win, solidifying another would be a fantastic spot to be in when your next game mode that you're going to is your Forte zone battle. Then Tetris for Shocky right there, bringing it to over 100,000 points. But another Tetris from Araki, trying to keep it as close as they can and keeping that Tetris rate still. Oh my goodness, but again, Araki taking a lot of triples. As much as I want to say that the decision is safe, I don't really think now is the time to go for safe. You kind of have to go for broke a little bit if you want to keep up this aggressive pace, because Shocky is not going to let up. Obviously, under a little bit of pressure, they might crack and a couple of misdrops will happen, giving Araki the chance for a chase down. But you also need that chase down to be a little bit more manageable than 70,000 points. A couple of skims here and there, but Araki is still just down by 70,000 points and quite a bit hefty on the Tetris rate. So we approach our transition about 20 lines away for Araki, a little bit more for Shocky. Another Tetris for Araki as we're starting to get through. I do think Shocky could potentially still be on a decent bit of a max out pace. You're going to want a little bit more out of it, but if Araki continues to play aggressive and Shocky manages to keep up, this could still very well be within the realm of possibility. On Araki's side, 10 lines before transition, going to be taking a double and a single, unfortunately getting more eyepieces in the mix in the meantime, which really hurts your ability to capitalize on later eyes unless you have a bunch of pre-prepared skims. And another S-burst, unfortunately, right as we're approaching 19, getting a double set up, a misdrop of the T, and going to be transitioning into 130, level 19 with a little bit of a jagged board currently. And Araki definitely has their work cut out for them if they're trying to dig through.
Yeah, definitely wants to try and get that open, as Shocky has now transitioned 426 and is able to already start scoring. This is it. Shocky, once again, has to win this, because we mentioned Araki's zone battle is terrifying, and Shocky wants to have that cushion of being able to rely on score attack, his preferred mode of choice.
Yeah, oh wow, Araki a little bit greedy on that left side. You can see, unfortunately, the misdrops are slowly kind of get, potentially start adding up. However, getting some very solid P sequences to downstack through. 62,000 points. Yeah, and a boom Tetris. A lot more points there for Super Shocky. 80,000+ points for Araki to chase down. And Araki still has less time to do it because they are behind, or they are ahead in lines, excuse me. So this lead is much bigger than it even seems at the moment.
Ooh, a couple of tough here for Shocky. Wait, this could get really dangerous. Shocky now J-piece dependent, able to get that piece all the way over to the left.
Very good to get that S over to the left.
Yeah, gonna just respect the game. You have to at that point. You were up incredibly high, and we saw what Araki was capable of in the previous game.
I mean, yeah, a 90,000 point lead, you have to be able to make sure that you're not playing overly aggressive. Because although obviously it still would be a very tough chase down for Araki, there's no reason to play overly aggressive. Oh my goodness, Shocky really feeling the pressure from Araki, pushing that lead to 100,000+ points. But Araki still trying to play it safe, looks to be kind of taunting Shocky a little bit, saying, go for the aggressive plays, I will still try and beat you on the chase down. But Shocky still remains alive. Couple of skim options while Araki is ready. Potentially double skim. And there we go. We see the first Tetris in a while for Araki on level 19 speed. We're going to be still trying to go through. Gets the tuck on level 19. Setting up for the skim. Is Tetris ready? Where's that long bar? We see it coming into a little bit of a drought, but does get the long bar in time. And the lead is now within 50,000 points as Shocky in a little bit of a dig. And all of a sudden, this phase, almost like a phase 3 from Araki in terms of classic, really starting to turn on this aggression. Knows it is do or die for Araki. And of really starting to, oh my god.
Yes, as it become a 2 Tetris game, now 1 following that Tetris from Araki. Shocky now, decides not to go for the Tetris. Decided to fill in the isolated dependency first. Tetris ready now. There's the Tetris. Araki had taken the lead temporarily, but now we're separated by 1 Tetris. Shocky trying to avoid going too aggressive. Araki being forced to do some burns, but there is another Tetris for Shocky. And now Araki only can score 3 Tetrises here before 29, and that's assuming that perfect play is executed. If Araki can only score 2 more, if Shocky is able to get 1 more, that should seal the deal. And unless Araki has been working on 29 play, there's not much else that can be done. There's another Tetris for Shocky. 80,000 points is what Araki would have to chase down on level 29. I think Shocky has done it in probably one of the most nail-biting games here in the TECWC trifecta. We are going into zone battle with Shocky up 1-0.
And I don't think you can ask for a closer score attack match of the classic format. 783, and I think Shocky's going to mull in just a little bit, see how much they can get on that level 29. But a couple misdrops here and there. 786, but still a fantastic showing from them. But of course, Araki was 654 coming from the modern scene. A very, very respectable score. And my goodness, Super Shocky came what they needed to do, gets that win in CSA. And now Araki is in the hot seat as we head to zone battle.
But as we said, that was a must-win situation for Shocky, because zone battle is definitely Araki's strong suit, and Shocky would have had to play the best zone battle of his life and then some. But now that means that score attack is officially on the table, and that could be the very thing that decides who's going to become our trifecta world champion this year.
And just, yeah, so obviously going into the zone battle format, I think Araki might be able to carry through a little bit more of that momentum. But I definitely think in the back of their mind, Araki and Shocky going to be thinking about score attack quite a bit and making sure that, at the very least, feeling each other out a little bit in zone battle, trying to figure out who exactly is going to be playing a little bit faster, who's going to be pressuring with a little bit more consistency. Because obviously I do know, Super Shocky, kind of that consistency titan with the ST stack. But, Araki able to make some insane plays of their own and potentially could start to swing things if they're really feeling themselves in zone battle and they really start to go gung-ho. I mean, a couple of good P sequences for them could really swing things in their favor if Shocky is not too careful.
Yeah, but we'll be getting our players set up for zone battle shortly. But, man, what an exhilarating display of classic Tetris from both players, and I'm definitely impressed with Araki, especially on those last 2 games displaying just really strong later level 19 play.
I mean, it was confusing as well because I felt like Araki was playing extremely safe for the most part, early into that level 19, basically every time they had the chance. And then as soon as level 24, level 25 hit, they just turned on the jets and started playing extremely efficiently. And it's I feel like Araki definitely could have put a little bit of a stronger showing if that aggressive play had come out a bit earlier. But I don't think Araki was terribly comfortable with that because at the very least, if you play safe and then you go for efficiency, the very least, you're probably going to have a top out somewhere around levels 25 to 29 and at least get your skims in from there. But I mean, in that case, I think it might have been the difference that Araki needed in order to take down Shocky in that matchup.
Yeah, definitely had Araki decide to go for a little bit more aggression early on in 19. Not necessarily 18, because that's not where you're scoring a good majority of your points. But in the post-transition, Araki might have been able to push Shocky even more. And Shocky definitely almost kissed death there a couple of times. But here it is, zone battle as we get things started.
Yep, and going to be, it looks like, yeah, Araki, interestingly enough, going for the 6-3, although is quite well versed in finding the perfect clear finds after a 6-3 start. Shocky, though, a little bit slower in pace, has to be taking things a little bit more carefully and rely on a stronger efficiency game. Unfortunately, a lot of pressure from Araki, though, going to be popping an early zone out of Super Shocky.
And looks like it's gonna be a 1738. And Araki
Oh
has blocked their zone. Oh my god.
Was that an Imperial Cross as a donation? I think Araki is just like figuring out how to make the craziest builds possible. 50 from 18, the Perfectress, but Shocky, though, has zone advantage and a little bit of a strong board state that they're able to make do with the resources and get themselves into a pretty fine position of their own.
Just gonna pop a zone following that T-spin.
All right, yep, doing a little bit of a forecast prophecy for that T-spin double. Continuing to go through, tries to see if they can max out 20 plus the all-clear follow-up. Going to be huge for Araki, but unfortunately misdrops that. Oh, you can see the visible reaction. However, Araki in a little bit of a hot seat. They're going to have quite a bit of pressure to perform on the zone and keep this efficiency up. Only a couple of skims here and there. The rest has been rather efficient. Not going to have an ult curb in the play, but responds with a 61 ulti. Oh no, but the Cascade misdrop. And Shocky might be able to try and get a little more momentum here if Araki's not too careful.
Yeah, we're already in phase 3 from that after that zone from Araki, so Shocky definitely trying to continue to send some pressure. Almost has the full zone meter as well.
Oh my goodness, and Araki had an STSD, but just turned it into a fantastic down stack. And although Shocky does have max zone, it's not going to be very useful unless they can get down to a stack and work with it. But a fantastic down stack to save their stack a little bit and work their way into a bit of a better situation with this zone. Oh my goodness, it's actually going to, I believe, get 2 Tetrises if the IPs can go, but no, it's not going to. Oh no, and there's barely any room to get pieces in. And Araki will take the first round.
Shocky lasting 2 minutes there and put Araki in, you know, some precarious situations following that ulti in the PC.
Of course, on to our second match. Araki continuing with that 6-3. Shocky as well doing likewise, although Shocky is building up for a couple more T-spin doubles because they know Araki is able to build up those Tetrises almost just as fast. And our Super Shocky might need to rely a little bit more on the efficiency play. Very early zone from them and not going to do too much as Araki is setting up the LST, trying to maintain perfect efficiency as long as they possibly can.
Yeah, definitely not the kind of prospect you want to have after your first zone. But Shocky is building up some zone meters, so should be able to try and counter a 55-19.
Yeah, at the very least has, I believe, a 3/4 zone to work with. So, at the very least, if it's not a full counter and Shocky's able to play relatively strong throughout, might be able to still work into another quarter zone. Alright, decent play, 37 for the Dodecatrice, and yes, able to work their way to a quarter zone, but a lot of desperate skimming is needed and might have to pop it. However, works to the half zone. Excellent stuff from Shocky, and now going to have just a little bit more momentum to work with as they're trying to downstack through this garbage.
Yeah, and those flankers from Araki brings us to phase 3. But
oh my goodness, yeah, not even a minute and a half. Okay, but Araki has the full zone meter. Going to be skimming through, I think, trying to push a zone out of Super Shocky with this combo. And Araki is no stranger to getting these downstack extensions. Shocky does push the zone, and we can see Araki there with the zone timing. Going to be retaliating as soon as Shocky is in the process of trying to get some downstacks going. Misdrop T, though, is going to ruin that stack, unfortunately. And yet another game goes to Araki.
Two more remain for Araki to bring us into our decider. And, you know, it was just kind of tough situations over there for Shocky. Just was unable to find too much, not too much value with all the zones that he was able to do in that round.
It looks like Araki having to shift to some garbage, going to be getting that 3-6 stack as opposed to the 6-3. Just changing the side of building it on top of, but still an extremely clean stack that they are working with. However, Shockey getting, I believe, a 3/4 zone, but sees the eye pieces in quick succession and tries to go for a bit of a blitz zone. We can see Araki already having the full, is trying to do likewise with a little bit of efficiency as well to boot.
Whoa.
And a beautiful job getting that 20, and it's offsetted perfectly with Shockey. And Shockey, you can see just kind of, there's not much really to go with there. What can you do? And that's 3-0 for Araki and already on to match points.
That was a crazy T-spin up top to get the ulti.
All right, and we can see, I think, Shockey now just going to try and play out of Araki's book with the 6-3. But unfortunately, we have a ZT dependency over on that left side. And in the meantime, while Shockey is working their way down, Araki just building up that zone meter. See, already up to max, but Shockey as well, not too far behind. Okay, still sitting there. Max zone now for Shockey. We see Shockey is the first to zone. Looks like they're going to try and do a little bit of some ST stacking. You know, you got to play to your strengths, and I think Shockey, that's definitely the best way they could be doing so. And 17 tries to go for more. I think it's probably going to cap out at 18. Araki goes for the 20, but only going to get 19. Oh, but the garbage is perfect for Shockey. Okay, and instead of the tank and receive, it looks like Shockey going to try and just solidify their situation. It's a pretty strong board state rather than try and play the aggressor here. Going to try and make sure that they're not topping out too early. Again, any mistake from them could be fatal and push things over to score attack.
Yeah, we are going to be going into phase 3 really soon, depending on if Araki's going to already take us there before popping a zone, or if Araki's going to pop zone right before. Yeah, there it is.
And the T-spin triple as well from Shockey during zone. All right. Okay, I think Shockey might have the 20. Yes, they do 56. And Araki trying to see if they can get through this zone as fast as they possibly can. Almost has the 21, but not quite. Still skimming the top line for the 67 ulti. And Araki is now going to try and be off to the races to outspeed Shockey and get an advantage through to phase 3.
That misdraw from Shockey is going to prolong this down stack, and a quarter zone's not going to be able to do too much. And yeah, that's going to be it. We're headed to score attack.
And score attack, the last game mode to decide it, but this is Super Shockey's bread and butter. Araki was not really able to participate fully in the bracket, but is going to have a comeback and an upset of the ages in order to take it home for TECWC finals. It all comes down to this.
Yeah.
Oh, and a little offset on the zone battle score, but of course, classic score attack. Shockey won, but Araki keeping it very tight. Araki with a very dominant 4-0 showing in zone battle, but we haven't seen a lot of Araki's score attack as of late. Remember, when they beat Ferox earlier, they beat them 2-0 with classic and zone battle. So we're going to have to see if Araki's score attack is warmed up and ready to take down potentially the strongest obstacle that it could have just at all in general. I think in this tournament, Shockey definitely the Titan to beat down in score attack.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about, Shockey's performance up against Zen, and even though Zen was able to have that one crazy game, making the comeback, we are once again talking about the guy that wrote the guide for ST stacking, the primary mode, the primary preference for people scoring here in classic score attack. So definitely, if there's one rite of passage that you need to become the tri-affected champion, and not even just going through the defending champion itself, is going through the person that wrote the guide for ST stacking.
Almost kind of like I remember early on when Zone Battle and Classic and all that were coming out, the tournaments that had the invitational for Connected, and then Green Tea was kind of like the boss match for both Zone Battle and Classic Score Attack. I feel like Super Shockey right now is like that boss match for Araki in terms of score attack, just kind of the kind of all-hailed ST stacking guru, for lack of better terminology, and just, trying to instruct others the ways of how to compete just as good as they are. And Araki now has to try and find a triumph over just kind of the undefeatable ST stacking wall that is Super Shocky. Oh man, definitely gonna be
Yeah, it's gonna be an exciting score attack.
I was gonna say very tense the entire time as well, because any player having to bail on the ST stack or having difficulty trying to find ways to keep back-to-back through. I mean, both these players are going to be pushing their efficiency to their absolute breaking points. Just incredible to see who is going to be coming out on top.
And it will also be a chance for us to see if the coin will break its 0% accuracy streak.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an interesting spot that the coin has been in. Of course, predicting Araki. However, Shocky looking to take things home potentially for score attack.
Yeah, you of course can get yourself one of these coins to help you correctly, or depending on how you see it incorrectly, predict your future. I mean, me personally, I really like the coins. I mean, it also has, classic classic Tetris graphics on them, so definitely something that I recommend picking up. But here it is. Score attack. We're starting with level 20.
It appears the early O to start. So you get the mini T-spin from both players already off to 2,000 points before even clearing a single line.
Now that's unprecedented levels of efficiency.
Infinite efficiency. Person just still
wow, look at how high both of them are just setting up the center.
Oh man, and yeah, Araki I think wants to stack that that L piece over to the top, but it would have quite literally topped them out. And a little tricky potentially with the I pieces though, but Araki getting through, and yeah, I think this is basically just like perfect efficiency still out of both as we approach 20 lines.
Yeah, Shocky right here trying to decide what to... Oh, gonna have to go for the T-spin single.
Oh, and yeah, I guess as a twist of fate, Araki is the one able to keep things clean for a little bit longer.
Yeah, just really unfortunate timing on those S's, and once again, another untimely S. Araki's gonna take the lead here.
Okay, yeah, and at even lines, 42,000 points, Araki is in the lead. So getting a little bit of a intel from our lovely stream host, Beast and Shen, telling us that as of today, I believe, Araki right now in SR is ranked 1 in score attack. And although obviously we haven't gotten to see it on this stream, their score attack is definitely up to snuff. A little bit of some interesting piece sequences they're going to have to roll with here. And
be interesting.
Running into a little bit unfavorable now. I think even Shocky having a little bit of an interesting time with some of these dependencies, but Araki manages to find a way to keep it going, although having to spend a couple of Ts in doing so.
Yeah, and that's one thing I really like about score attack, as just seeing how these players, whenever the pieces aren't ideal for their stack, how they're able to resolve them. And looks like Shocky has taken the lead back, actually.
Yeah, Shocky's turning on the Jets a little bit. They were even in terms of lines, but is really starting to kind of speed through here. I think might just trying to be seeing if potentially a little bit of speed mind games might be enough to throw Araki off. But I think Araki is in no concern about being lower in terms of speed. Obviously, we've seen what they can do in zone battle. Just, doesn't want to give up this incredibly strong, efficient run that they've been already putting up.
And do we know Araki's playability post level 29? Because we know that definitely was a factor for Zen.
I don't think I know entirely. However, I believe they did have a couple of close games with Akashi Robo, and Akashi Robo I do know goes well past 30. I don't think Araki is the most comfortable in those kind of master mode levels of speed, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, definitely something I'm kind of curious to see because, you know, that was the way that Shocky lost that one game to Zen was because of that post 29 play. And if, you know, Shocky is able to have just a little bit more efficiency than Araki, it might come down to that because as we saw, you know, Shocky's post 29 play isn't as strong as a player like Zen's.
I mean, oh my goodness, and the efficiency from both players as well. I don't think they've like really broken ST stacking since it got called out around like line 50. And just an incredible amounts of just perfect play that we've seen out of both Araki and Super Shocky. Araki might run into a little bit of a difficult spot here. I think might have unintentionally moved that O a little bit sooner than they would like. Unless there is unless there's a big strategy here, I'm not entirely seeing what Araki is going for. Oh, okay, and just, all right, opens it back up, turns it into a fractal. Oh. We're still
level
clean.
25 over here for Shocky.
And still clean stacking as well from Super Shocky. Speed level 25, continuing to go up. Definitely, might have. No, I think that's okay on the eyepiece there. I thought it might have been a little bit of a misdrop, but again, really starting to run home with things. Speed level 27, we can see probably another 20 lines of clean ST stacking reliably from them. They're able to get it off in time. Araki continuing to try and build up. I think there might have been one or two compromises in their build, but has worked their way over. An unfortunate misdrop in that ruins the T-spin as well.
And Shocky is really just tearing into this as too. Set up for a Tetris at least. And
oh no,
there's
doesn't
29.
It didn't get the Tetris quite yet, but 2.763 is an incredible score to throw up on the game one. And Araki now is going to have to be playing to the efficiency card. I mean, 484,000, not an impossible chase down, and it looks like Araki is still building clean. Mini T-spin single in order to keep back-to-back Tetris and a T-spin, level 28.
Another T-spin, another Tetris, 274. There's 29.
240,000, a couple more aggressive plays here could very well make it. We see the level 30 from Araki, but it's starting to get very difficult, and I think they're just going to resort to a couple skims. Oh my goodness, almost gets the T-spin. Just still very
close.
There's a Tetris. Level 32 Tetris. Oh my goodness, how many skims is it going to take? But it's starting to fall apart on Araki's side, and unfortunately for them, 2.6 is not going to be enough. As Super Shocky's incredible efficiency not going to be able to be thwarted, even with a level 32 out of Araki.
You could see that huge exhale from Shocky. It looks like he was holding his breath the entire time because, I mean, it got incredibly close there. Like, no leads are safe with any of these top-tier score attack players, even if, despite you might having that lead while they're only on, like, level 27.
Oh, and I think Super Shocky got a mini T-spin single for that extra 2,000 points, infinite efficiency. I don't want to say anything specifically, but if that lead is within 2,000 points for Shocky, that mini T-spin might be the difference.
I mean, hey, when you think about it, one of our earlier matches, the lead or the chase down that Zen was able to do up against Ferox, if I'm not mistaken.
I think other way around, but
yeah. It came down to 2,000 or just under 2,000 points. So it could in fact be a thing.
And judging by the score, I think Araki got a hard drop in somewhere, although I'm not entirely sure where. Fortunately, not going to be as many points as the 2,000 for the mini T-spin.
I mean, doing a hard drop on a 20G.
Oh, never mind. There they go. They got a mini T-spin in. All right. Oh, and Super Shocky got the hard drop in. Perfectly balanced.
As all things should be.
Rocky having a little bit of a harder time, potentially going to fill in through that left side, but able to get enough overhangs where it's not going to be an issue. Meanwhile, Shockey a little bit ahead in terms of lines, but still keeping that perfect efficiency as always.
Yeah, hasn't broken yet. Just looking to set up a couple more overhangs. All right, there it is. See, Shockey is doing a little bit of thinking here. Trying to find...
Ooh, and a nice spin from Araki as well. Oh, again, it's always so precarious when players start stacking up that high on the ST stack, but they know the aggressiveness is needed. There's no fear in these players.
Yeah, Araki deciding not to go for the triple there. Or not the triple, the Tetris, and oh no!
Okay.
That's going to be an eventual break, right?
Most likely. Unless Araki is able to find a smart way around it, but I'm not entirely sure. I think might just try and build a little bit of I think just going to try and keep stacking over it and see if there's a way around later. And just kind of not deal with that until absolutely necessary.
Yeah, you kind of have to at this point because Shockey is just continuing to push the metal, and about to go to level 21. All things considered, Araki has been playing pretty efficiently. This is kind of iffy.
Oh,
wow.
And a very good adjustment there from
wow.
Araki, just starting to play on the.
I didn't know you could do it. Set up a T-spin like that. That's cool.
I guess we found out today. Unfortunately, there's the break in the back-to-back. But Shockey is already well through to level 22 with 1.6.
Yeah, and it's just continuing to go strong. Remember, this is tournament point for Shockey. If he wins this game, he will defend his title successfully.
And this is such a scary spot for Araki. They're trying to figure out how exactly they can maintain this clean stacking. 1.374, still not onto level 21. But I think Shockey is really starting to blitz through this, trying to see if they can get some time pressure onto Araki.
Man, this
and
is...
a couple of skims. Yeah, 1.4 as they go into it, but there's a lot of skims needed, unfortunately, on Araki's board.
There's a T-spin single over there for Shockey, so gonna lose back-to-back.
Oh, wow, and a very excellent T-spin kick there for Araki, and that's gonna reopen themselves up to the ST stacking. This is exactly what they need.
Yeah, because they are down by over 700,000. Shockey might actually have to break soon.
Wait, is Araki going for... No, there's no way Araki's going for... Oh, they just switch. Are they switching it, or are they going for all clears? No, they're just building it up again.
Shockey actually experiencing some trouble here on level 28. 825,000 points. Up against a player like Zen, we said that that's not safe, but up against Araki, they played pretty well on post 29.
Oh, and another Tetris. There we go. Shockey taking one out of Ferox's book and just going for the Tetrises. Able to make it to 2.6. But I think Araki was able to get that last time, and now the chase down pressure is on Araki. But I think in terms of actual pace was down around 200,000 points, so that's all going to need to be made up right here, right now. At the very end of the game, all the pressure on Araki to stay alive.
Araki's tournament life is on the line. Can Araki force a decider here? Down by 500,000. 462 now. Yeah.
Each T-spin doing around 50,000 points with the back-to-back, but it's going to get extremely more difficult to keep this going. He spent double, having to put that eyepiece over on the side.
Oh my gosh!
Wow, and still keeping this through, keeping the clean ST stacking. And that lead is just flying away
Wow.
about 4 or so T-spin doubles into level 29.
No
and that's the
way!
lead!
We go to a decider!
And just
All
that
before
little
29.
extra
That is
bit.
ridiculous.
And Shockey, unfortunately, having a little bit less efficiency, likely as a result of those extra skims towards 28, leading into 30. But it's not enough. And a level 10 start for our finals. 10. And I think Shockey is just going to try and figure out if either they can outspeed, because I think Araki's taking a little bit longer on these ST stack builds. I think Shockey just might try to outspeed Araki. Because don't know.
I think that's the idea that Shockey has, because I mean, you can definitely see Araki took a lot more time trying to get set up for the first ST.
Yeah, I don't think is Araki. Yeah, Araki's not really like preemptively hard dropping these pieces, and yeah, Shockey very well could get a timeout win, even if without perfect efficiency, if they're able to get enough points early on and Araki's not able to chase it.
You can see Araki now starting to hard drop. Looks like he's gotten to a bit comfortable position. And, you know, maybe Shockey also did the speed to kind of throw off his opponent. I know at least in Classic and formats that allow it, some players will pick level 15 as a way to throw off their opponent on timings and everything. So I'm not sure if that would have any effect here, but it's definitely something interesting to consider.
You'd have to redouble check the points for these T-spin doubles. I think they're around 20,000 maybe. I think on back-to-back. Still trying to double check exactly here. So probably around, yeah, about 7 T-spin doubles, but literally Araki is behind by 18 lines or 7 or 9. No, wait, math. That's 9 T-spin doubles.
20.
I was gonna say, wait, yeah, 7 or 9. Hold on.
Math is hard sometimes.
Can be quite. Many of the modern players cannot count to 4.
What do you mean? That applies for classic players too. I can't tell you how many times I went for Tetris and then it ends up being a triple.
Oh, that's the bane of every player's existence. And it seems like Araki is, yeah, making sure not to fall too far behind.
And looks like Shockey's been maintaining, both players actually look like they've been maintaining perfect efficiency.
And just a little couple intricacies, since there will be a couple more points added for the hard drops. Probably not going to be too important over the game, but I would love to see afterwards how much of a difference it could make. Probably giving Shockey the edge currently. We see level 11 is hit to begin. Well, Araki's still a little bit far behind. I see 781 at 110 for Shockey. I'm going to try and keep that in mind.
Yeah, and of course, you know, this game, Shockey's definitely want to maintain as much efficiency as possible, because Araki was able to complete the chase down going into 29. Like, no really difficult burns were needed. It was just straight back-to-back T-spins.
Okay, yeah, 757 for Araki, 777. So literally about a 4,000 point difference between Super Shockey and Araki right now in terms of overall pace. But I think Shockey still continued to stack clean.
Either player, it appears, is broken.
Just the endless stack. The ST. It's all these players can see in the Tetris Effect. Oh, wow. Oh, but Shockey plays a little greedy setting up that... Oh, but gets it in time. Win a mini T-spin single as well for Super Shocky. Might be a little bit awkward to clean up. I think it's going to need another T-piece. But gets that T-spin as well.
Alright, Shocky's back. Little tricky over here. Oh, nice. Double long bar. That's perfect.
Yeah, use a couple of T-pieces early on that left side to get some T-spins when, you know, waiting for some other ideal or more ideal P sequences. Oh, the double Z for Araki. Definitely want to save as many of those possible for the overhang, but not the easiest.
Rocky. Nice.
Okay, yeah, Super Shocky is approaching that speed level 20. Gonna be getting there relatively soon. Already on the 1.5 million pace.
Yeah, this is kind of insane.
I mean, technically, although the speed is a little bit lower, they've been having to keep that ST stack for a little bit longer.
Yeah, this is 5 minutes of just straight ST, and it looks like Araki might break here? Question mark? No? Oh, it looks like everything's fine. Almost 6 minutes of just keeping the ST stack, and now the speed is starting to finally...
Okay, 1.8 from Shocky and the 21 transition. We'll have to keep an eye on what Araki's pace is going into it, but right now, it looks like with Shocky's speed, it might potentially be falling behind. Araki needs to make sure not to lose composure. Oh, yeah, waiting on those Z pieces, so essential to keeping up this performance. Oh, what is the way to clean that up?
Wow.
Oh my.
That's amazing over there for Araki.
Oh my goodness, and just
wow,
airtight decisions having to be made. Unfortunately, there's no T-piece in sight. I think they're going to have to skim a little bit to get down. No, they're going to go for the T builds. No, so but there's still no T-piece coming up. They have to skim down a little bit.
There it is. Almost 7 minutes in, our first break, if I'm not mistaken. That's ridiculous.
And in all honesty, I feel like Araki didn't even do that bad in terms of breaking the back-to-back. Just was able to end it with like a mini T-spin single, making sure to get as many of those T-spin double points on the full back-to-back chain since it is a multiplier. Okay, yeah, and a 1.7-ish for Araki, so I think just a tiny bit behind. But Super Shocky is really trying to continue through this clean stack as much as they possibly can.
This is wild.
It's going to come down to the wire. I think it really is going to be, like, I don't think it's going to come down to, can Araki make a chase down? I think it's just going to be, does Araki have the time left to match this efficiency?
Yeah, because Shocky hasn't dropped once.
That's 3 million score from Super Shocky.
Oh my freaking gosh.
And it's still level 28.
On level 28.
Oh, misdrops the S piece, unfortunately. Probably going to have to break currently. Oh, level 29 tries to get that T piece. No! And a 3.2 is probably where it's going to stand.
3.2 though.
3.21. It's 784,000 to come back from for Araki, but is on level 25, has a lot of potential scoring, but 700,000 points still. It's probably going to come down to some master mode play from Araki and see how long they can keep this ST stack going.
But also,
and you can, oh my goodness, look at Shocky right now. Shocky is so Shocky knows this is close and it's coming down to the wire. And I think Araki does too.
Wow.
344, under 300k, but it's level 28. Araki needs to show that they're able to keep the ST stack running longer than our own Super Shocky.
Misdrops! Oh no! And okay,
there's the Tetris. 100. It's 100k at speed level 29. I think Araki has this. A minute to go. Another T-spin. One or two more will do it, but the misdrops are stacking up.
And
50,000 points.
and Shocky defends his title!
And the
Oh my
defense, and you can
gosh!
see a couple of the nerves, and Araki loses it a little bit towards level 30 and can't continue to close out. And you can see Super Shocky knows that that is definitely not an opportunity of winning that score attack that they will get every time around in the matchup. And Super Shocky, by the skin of their teeth, able to clean things up. Very close games in Classic Score Attack and Score Attack, but able to close out and win the trifecta for TECWC 2023 once again, and the title has been successfully defended. I mean, Sharky, Sharky, but Sharky, any standout moments in particular, regardless of either of the three modes? I think probably likely from Sharky able to win the other two, but what are your standout moments? I think out of that.
I think my standout moments was Araki in game 2, I believe that was up against Shocky, because at that point I think we kind of knew that this was going to be close no matter what, and really, you know, huge props to both of them. And my God, that coming down to the wire, it was, you know, definitely possible, but 29, it's fast. Like, it might look like the same speed to, you know, everyone. It's like, this looks like it's falling instantly, but it's that lock delay that just decreases. Wow. Yeah, but that also means the coin wasn't wrong, or the coin was right. Wait.
No, the coin was wrong.
The coin was wrong.
It was wrong again.
Yeah,
the coin has always been wrong. Oh man, I gotta say, man, Mr. Austin Dash Enhance, you gotta keep that coin going for future tournaments. I think that's some supernatural power. It's taken my typical commentator's curse and brought it to a whole new level.
That is truly just absolutely amazing play. I mean, my heart was pounding out of my chest just watching the chase down. I was like, oh my gosh, what's gonna happen? Especially when it got to under 100k, because we've seen those kind of much bigger deficits being made up post 29 from earlier players in the tournament. So it's not something that Araki can't do.
I mean, we've seen Zin make up about 700,000 in probably about 50 lines towards the very end with some very efficient play. And Araki was definitely on pace to do that. But unfortunately, I just think the nerves got to them a little bit. Things started to catch in the center, and that's, you know, regardless of whether it's classic or modern, it's always a bad sign. And Super Shocky with the 2-1 clutches in both classic and score attack. And that's it. That's the TECWC for 2023.
Man, what a tournament it's been. And it's just comparing this with last year and how things have just progressed. It's kind of insane when you think about it. Like, not just in classic score attack, but in zone battle and score attack, it seems like everything has exponentially shot up in player skill levels, and those players that are capable of playing so incredibly well across multiple different facets of the game.
I mean, yeah, like definitely, although Super Shocky is our rating champion, I believe our second and third place members are completely different. Ferox, who I believe was not able to make top 8 last year, really upping their game and getting that third place finish. Of course, Araki, who we were not able to see last year, coming out of nowhere, having some 700k classic scores, dominant zone battle showing, and really putting the pedal to the metal with both players throwing up 3 million scores in Game 3 for score attack. But of course, as much as things change, they do stay the same, and Super Shocky once again defending their title for yet another year.
But, oh man, can't wait for next year, because it's going to be a whole new ball game.
Oh man, Shen Yon? Hold on, I hear Shen doing some magic here in the background. Give us a second. But yep, so we're getting a little bit more of the highlight again for some of the exclusive merchandise that our players will be receiving as a kind of, hurrah for their efforts. So obviously for the 1v1 events, I believe that's Alan Bot, Super Shocky, and Kazu getting their own little bits of kind of their prize pack as well, including their own custom shirt with their tags on it, as well as a couple other additional things there. And of course, the Shocky, the Trifecta winner, will also be getting that first place medal and exclusive hoodie, deeming them as the Trifecta winner as well as the blunt of our cash prize. But of course, second, third, and fourth also going home with a lot of other sweet stuff. Top 3 as well, also getting actually, I think all of top 4 today, getting the exclusive hoodie as well. But if you want to continue to get some of that merchandise yourself and all of that sweet TEC swag, be sure to go to our links that we have provided for our merchandise, because I believe they should be going out relatively shortly after our broadcast. So if you want to get something, be sure to get in those orders now, because I don't know how long these will be around for.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, I really like the look of the TEC multicolored logo on the black. I mean, I have a lot of black in my wardrobe. I'm a very simple guy, but I just really love I love it. So if possible, if you can, definitely want to pick it up, because I mean, after this year, right, it won't be back.
I believe so. I mean, at that point, it's probably going to be TECWC 2024 at that point.
Yeah. So definitely want to get one, especially, unless you live where I live in Texas, it's a hoodie season. So yeah,
I was gonna say, how long will it take for hoodie season?
I don't know, because just yesterday it was the high was 80 degrees. So
oh gee. I went out with our winter coat yesterday.
The low hasn't broken 55 yet where I live. So
oh man. Of course, and Shadow giving props are right for a cursed coin that, well, quote unquote cursed coin, very high quality, but happens to be holding the fate of quite literally anything you ask it to, with varying degrees of success, but apparently it's very accurate regardless. So again, once again, AppMex, a big shout outs to sponsoring the events, and of course, very high quality coins and a lot of wonderful sales and partnerships. But of course, if they aren't your fancy, they also have other Tetris related products on their website. So be sure to go check them out. And again, one more time as well, for old time's sake, thanks again to AppMex for helping sponsor the TECWC and helping us produce as it is today.
Yep. It's never right 100% of the time. Of course, definitely, if you are planning on getting into TEC, a great way to play is with these Hyperkin controllers. I have one, and I personally love it. It makes classic score attack, especially if you try to play DAS. It makes it feel great. And, it's been tested for TEC itself. So the inputs are going to be smooth and responsive. So definitely, if you're looking for a controller and you don't have a Switch like Shocky and Araki, then this is definitely a great option. Which this is also compatible with Switch. So even if you have a Switch, you can also use this.
Of course, and for those of you, even if you have, I've got every controller in the world that the Switch could possibly need. I don't have a turbo button. This controller as well has you covered with turbo functionality. If you just want to mess around and see how many times you can hard drop a piece, just to see those drops per minute scores go all the way up the board, or just whatever else fun you want to have with it. See how long you can last with an infinite hard drop Tetris controller. Plenty of things to mess around with there, and it might be worth your time. So be sure to go check out Hyperkin as well. And it looks like we'll be making our last push as well for the giveaway tonight. So obviously, as our last stream, this will be the last chance with limited run games to get our collector's edition for TEC.
All right, yes, I'm going to chime in here and turn on my mic. 20 seconds, everybody. Get your last connecteds in there, just in case Nightbot missed yours, because Nightbot being automated would definitely make manual errors. But yes, type connected in the chat if you want your chance to win a limited run games Tetris Effect Connected Collector's Edition. And also be sure to follow our Enhanced Experience channel, and also can submit the giveaway there, because we are drawing in just a moment, so it'll be find the the roll button here, and if it is at all rigged, we will re-roll it. So.
Wait,
Well, I mean, just as long as the coin is not deciding it, I trust it.
Oh.
Hold on. Rigged how? So if I win, does that mean I just don't get it?
Well, that's a good question.
No,
we'll come across. We'll make a split decision if that is the case. Yes. So we have 109
Dang.
users right now. So yeah, that is going up quickly. So, all right, let's.
You're right.
let's give it a
Can I
enter.
drum roll on the microphone? Does
Yeah, go ahead.
that work? I don't know if it's making a noise.
No, it is not. So you
No,
have,
it's
you have
not.
a good microphone.
Discord noise
Okay.
impression is.
All right. Okay.
All right, let's do it. I'm rolling it. Let's see.
Hang on, it's still not making a noise. Hold on.
Bomb blade. It's like two words in one there. You are our winner.
All
I saw
right.
them lurking in chat today, so that is an authentic, non-rigged winner. Congratulations, Bomb Blade. I will be reaching out to you, and I'm also about to roll on the Enhanced Experience channel. So let's see.
Yeah, we got onto that one as well. Yep, and Bomblade's in chat. The yippee, I see it.
And it's
So
crazy,
congrats as well.
Crazy Hiko, Hiko. I think that might be a Japanese user. Will be winning the Super Deluxe version, which is our Japanese version. So congratulations to
Ooh.
Crazy Hiko. Okay, that is our giveaway,
there.
and yes, a huge.
You can confirm
huge...
this not rigged.
Not rigged. Yeah, no moderators won, no staff won, which has happened in the past. You know,
Yeah, that happened with Misty whenever we were doing classic score tag.
Yeah, that's right. I kind of like when somebody wins, and I enjoy the rigged spam personally. So I'm actually a little upset that Sharky didn't win here. But okay. Yes, I guess we can do a final. Thank you to everybody that has made TECWC 2023 what it is. Here, I'll even put myself on here. Make it authentic. Yeah, what a tournament season. Whether you were a new player or a grandmaster, we had massive brackets, like 400 to 500 player brackets. So, yeah, it's awesome to see everyone competing on a casual level, showing up for our community nights, making friends on the Discord. So hopefully we can continue that moving forward. And there was a lot to learn from this year as we want to keep supporting the community, keep moving forward with Tetris Effect connected tournament content and just general community support. So yes, huge thank you to everyone that participated. Our commentators, Sharky, Davo, Pants, Misty, Kronos, Azura. I'm gonna feel bad if I miss anybody. Modest,
Commando,
yes. Commando.
Don't worry,
How could
I
miss
promise.
Commando is here at TTWC. So,
I
yeah.
share the name with Commando. I can't forget my guy. So.
But yeah, I think we will call it quits here and have an earlier out than we had some pretty late outs a few streams ago.
I think last year we were 2:30 a.m. I think in Eastern.
Yes.
So
a much nicer number. I'm all for it. So yes, a big thank you once again. And oh yeah, we will play our 5-year anniversary video once again. So we just want to say just a general thank you on Enhance's behalf. To our community and supporting the game for 5 years, making it what it is today. It's just awesome. You know, I'm from the community and I found Enhance through community. So big shout outs to my teammates and coworkers at Enhance across the board. Monstars on working on Tetris Effect, awesome developers. And yes, I'm sure I could keep talking, but let's try to wrap it up here. And I'm going to play the 5-year anniversary video. And Sharky and Davo are going to sign off, so any last words?
I'm your favorite underwater host, Sharky, and I'll see you next year in TECWC 2024.
Yep, and hailing from the modern expertise side of things, TEC, again, we see one of my favorite game modes, but I've said plenty more tonight than I needed to. So congrats again to the players and Enhance for supporting this event. I'm the Davo Tigger, and I will see you in a future TEC tournament. Bye-bye for now.
So wow, that's 5 years. I can't believe Everybody, 5 years. Wow.
この度テトリスエフェクトが5周年ということで、この5年間あっという間だったなと感じていたりもするんですけれども、
テトリスエフェクトが5周年ということで、長く遊んでプレーを極めていただいている皆さんには本当に感謝申し上げたいです。
So I couldn't imagine at the time, when we made the Tetris Effect. So we had a big, curiosity and a creative desire. We want to create the new thing. So if we could make the new experience, new storytelling with Tetris, it would be awesome. That's why we had a big excitement.
The researchers gave this phenomenon a name.
We are extremely excited to introduce a new game, Tetris Effect Connected, coming on Xbox Series X and Series S. The game features all new multiplayer modes, including Zone, Classic, and Connected, where you can play with your friends and compete against friends.
さて、テトリスエフェクトの発売から5年ということは、私とエンハンスが初めて出会ってからもだいたい5年っていうことになるんですね。ご存知の方も多いと思うんですけれども、私テトリスのプレイヤーでもありまして、エンハンスとはテトリスの大会を通じて出会いました。そのご縁がありまして、現在に至るまでエンハンスのメンバーとしてお仕事しております。テトリスエフェクトコネクテッドではマルチプレイヤーのゲームデザイン担当させていただいたり、その他のプロジェクトでも主にプログラマー、ゲームデザイナーとして関わっております。
In the 5 years, we could reach to you all, and so many fans, and so many platforms.
ゲームを作る人たちと遊ぶ人たちの距離が近いってすごくいいことだと思ってまして、私自身も遊ぶ側だったのが作る側になったわけですけれども、コミュニティの皆さんとすごく近い場所にいられて、そして皆さんが温かく支えてくださっているっていうことがとっても嬉しいです。
コミュニティの方々からたくさんの応援だったり、さまざまなフォローだったりいただけたおかげで、開発チームの方もですね頑張ってこれたんじゃないかなと思っております。
Fell in love with the community and so many of the members, and everybody just so warm and welcoming, and hopefully we've continued that feeling and maybe been able to contribute to it or grow it in some sense, but really we just are honored to be a part of it.
これからもコミュニティの皆さんといい関係を築いていきたいと思いますので、皆さんどうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
ありがとうございます。それでは。
And yeah, thank you so much, and here's to the next 5 years and beyond.
I really appreciate it. Thank you for you all, and yeah, please enjoy Tetris Effect.